The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The atmosphere is electric at the 2022 FIDE Candidates in beautiful Madrid, Spain. Players left it all on the boards, pushing to make a jump in the standings before the first rest day of the event. Chinese superstar Ding Liren was primed to do just that, but missed two clear wins, letting a lucky Richard Rapport escape with a draw. Caruana and Nepomniachtchi are out front, with the rest of the pack close behind. Round 4 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Hello everybody, it is time for round 4 of the 2022 Candidates Tournament being held in Madrid, Spain. It is to determine the challenger to Magnus Carlsen and to bring you all of the action. I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with my good friend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan from our studio in St. Louis.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be calling all the action with you and Cristian.
What a thrilling tournament we've had, Yasser, so far. 3 rounds, but it feels like we've had a full tournament of stories already.
Isn't it? Hello, everyone, and welcome to each and every one of you, and thank you for joining us for today's coverage. The event so far has really lived up to its hype. One of the most eagerly anticipated events of the year has brought us nothing but hard-fought games. It's been fantastic. Alejandro, do us the honors of the standings.
Absolutely. We still have 2 players at the top as both Fabiano Caruana and Nepomniachtchi sit on a +1, 2 points out of 3. On 50%, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, Richard Rapport, Alireza Firouzja, and Hikaru Nakamura. And, well, right now, all -1 and not having a great event. Timur Radjabov and Chinese superstar Ding Liren.
After 3 rounds, what are the winning percentages that the players now enjoy, Alejandro?
Let's take a look at what happens after round 2. We had these percentages, and of course, we played round 3 where we had 4 draws. Now, you would think the percentages stayed the same. They changed slightly, actually. Remember that you're playing people with the white pieces or with the black pieces. Right. It also depends on the rating of your opponent. And mathematically, some of these players have gained or lost percentage chances, even though every game was a draw.
So, for example, Alireza, he's had 3 draws, but because he drew with white against a lower rated player round 3, his chances, his winning percentage slipped by 1.5%.
It's a tough tournament when you consider Hikaru Nakamura to be a lower rated player. But of course, that was an incredible game.
Exactly.
Absolutely one for the ages. A 62-minute thing, Yasser.
Whoa. But what calculations came behind that thinking too?
Absolutely, and they have the time to do it because let's take a look at our format. It's a very long tournament, an 8-player double round robin. That's 14 rounds of chess, and here's where they get all that time to figure out their moves. It's 120 minutes for the first 40. You get an extra hour when you hit that mark. And when you hit move 60, guess what? Another 15 minutes, and your 30-second increment starts taking throughout the rest of the game.
3 time controls. In fact, no draws before the 40th move can be made. No draw offers. €500,000 prize pool. But our schedule.
It's 3 rounds on a rest day, 3 rounds on a rest day, and we're starting our 3 in a row today. Tuesday, June 21st is round 4. We'll have a round tomorrow and one the day after. And our next rest day will be on Friday.
And Cristian, as always, good to see you, my friend, in studio. What do you have for us today?
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Alejandro. And good morning to every chess fan around the world watching one of the most exciting events of the year. The candidates, the players are right now recalibrated after the rest day and ready to show who the boss is over the chessboard. But let's take a look at how they got to where they are at today. And we're going to start with the young Chinese superstar, Ding Liren. He unfortunately started off with a difficult, painful loss against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first round. After that, he drew against Duda and drew against Rapport in a much better position. Unfortunately, that one is going to sting. And let's take a look at what happened with one Timur Radjabov going into this event. He drew against Firouzja. That's a promising start in round number 1. Unfortunately for him, he followed it up with a painful loss against Hikaru Nakamura, and he drew a couple of days ago against Jan Nepomniachtchi in an uneventful game. And let's take a look at the American superstar, the player with millions of fans around the world, that is Hikaru Nakamura. He started off with a loss against his compatriot Fabiano Caruana in round number 1, but immediately bounced back with an incredible grinding victory against Timur Radjabov, and then defended tenaciously against Firouzja. A very difficult draw, but he made it. And right now, he will have to defend against Richie Rapport with the black pieces. Who, by the way, Richie Rapport, coming into this event, a big touted player from Hungary. He drew all of his games, but all of these games were very, very tense, especially the first one. He was on the back foot against Jan Krzysztof Duda, could have easily lost that game. Also against Dingley Ren, one could say that he was probably lost in that one, but he survived. And right now he's re-energized and will be trying to win with the white pieces today. And let's take a look at one Alireza Firouzja, the youngest 2800 on the planet, only 19 years of age. He drew in the first round against Radjabov, drew in the second one against Richie Rapport. And unfortunately for him, stellar opening preparation against Hikaru Nakamura, but he was unable to bring the full point home. And let's take a look at what happened with Jan Krzysztof Duda, the Polish superstar. Well, he drew in the first round against Richie Rapport. He should have won that game. He drew against Ding and drew easily with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And let's take a look at the former challenger for the World Championship crown, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He started off blazing hot with a victory against the top-rated player going into this event, Dingley Ren. After that, he drew a difficult game with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana and drew quite an easy game against Timur Radjabov. And we're going to finish it off with the young American superstar, that is Fabiano Caruana. We talked with Maurice Ashley. He said his energy is stellar going into this event. He won against his compatriot Hikaru Nakamura in the first round, drew against Jan Nepomniachtchi from a better position with the black pieces in the second round, and drew in the third round with the white pieces again, Jan Krzysztof Duda. Guys, we have an amazing event on our hands.
We certainly do, Christian, but I've peeked ahead. We have an amazing round of pairings today, don't we? Alejandro, please do the honors and lay the table for round 4.
It's difficult to imagine a more exciting bunch of matchups that we have in the candidates in today's round.
Exactly.
Richard Rapport with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru actually repeating the black pieces going from the rest day. That's going to be an exciting one. We know that Richard is a very, very creative player. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alireza Firouzja. What a match!
Exactly.
Nepo with the white pieces. He won against his opponent in the last time that they played classical chess. We had that in the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest, where Firouzja went all out, but was unable not only not to defeat Nepo, but Nepo actually took that with the black pieces. Jan Krzysztof Duda will be playing against Timur Radjabov, and in another crucial game, Chinese superstar Dingley Ren with his back against the wall early in this tournament, having lost surprisingly in round 1, will try to defeat Fabiano Caruana,
one of the leading players,
who is one of the leading players to still remain in the tournament and get back to 50%.
Exactly. What a clash that matchup is going to be. And of course, all of this fighting is for, what are the players fighting for?
They're playing for a €500,000 prize pool, which includes a $7,000 extra that they get for every full point that they make. But of course, this pales in comparison for the top prize, which is to face this man, Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, in the match for all the marbles next year. Place to be determined.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to seeing who's, and we've made our predictions as to who's going to be the challenger, but well, we'll see how it finishes at the end. You guys,
it's a big face-off today between myself and Alejandro. And what a game that was. Last time they played against each other, actually, Dingley ran with the white piece against Fabiano Caruana. He played the spoilers role against Fabiano in that one. He played one of the best games I've seen of that either.
And play has begun, and I just happen to have the game of Jan and Alireza in front of me. It's funny these days when people play the Open Sicilian, or at least threaten, like, hey, I'm going to play the Open Sicilian, and then they play d7, d6. It's sort of like everybody and his brother has been playing bishop b5 check here, and it's just like been avoiding, you know, the very standard Open Sicilian that comes after d4. And we've even seen queen takes d4 already once in this tournament. c5 takes d4, knight takes d4. Guys, could we be looking at an actual Najdorf?
We are looking at an actual Najdorf, finally!
Wow!
As Jan Nepomniachtchi is not afraid to go into the Najdorf. Clearly, Alireza has hinted that he wants to play the Najdorf in this candidates. He did get the Open Sicilian against Richard Rapport, but Rapport took with the queen.
That's what I meant.
Changing the character of the position. But today we're going straight into theory. I'm very curious on what Team Nepo has prepared in these variations, because remember, Nepo is a Najdorf player himself.
Exactly. So entire books have been written about one variation, just one variation with bishop g5. I like to call the bishop c4 the Bobby Fischer variation. The Soviets dubbed it the Sozin variation, and somehow that stuck, which makes no sense to me at all. Bishop c4, and then of course the English attack with bishop e3 or with f3. Bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g5, another entire sub-variations and incredible depth. And the players have now gone into e7, e5. And by the way, the lifetime score between these two?
It's not a lot of games, but it's already a lot of decisive considering it's only been three. Nepo won in Bucharest. I'm trying to remember where Firouzja beat him. I'll actually have to ask Cristian on that one. And they have one draw, so it's pretty even Steven between these two players, but not a lot of experience. And this is going to be our second open, second Najdorf of the tournament, which is great.
Just featured yesterday, well, in round three, between Fabi as white and Duda. I thought Fabi got an advantage out of the opening that led to an advantage in the ending, which he totally misplayed, in my opinion. Duda had an advantage in that ending. He didn't really put too much pressure, and for those of you who remember, it was with knight bd7 and b7 b5, and by the way, a very early h5 also.
Well, that changes the character of the position, right? Because Duda did play the variations with h5 here.
Exactly.
Nepo's actually playing the, Alireza is playing the lines with the quick bishop e7. The move queen d2 comes on the board, and now playing h5, it exists, but it's rather rare.
Okay.
Main line is to castle and go for the sharp variations. Knight bd7 has been seen as well, but I think it's considered to be an inaccuracy. Castle is by far the main move in this position, and castle played.
Okay, and should white, because black has not taken the precautionary move h5 along, is it in white's interest to play the move g4?
This is a very instructive moment, as black actually has a strategical threat in this position to play the move d7, d6, d5. And if you play the move g4 here, it looks like you might be stopping me from doing so by playing d5, countering that with the move g5, kicking out my knight. But unfortunately, this doesn't actually work out for white, as the move d4, theoretically speaking, is already better for the black pieces.
Wow.
You get all of your breaks in, and after pawn takes, bishop takes, you recover your piece because of the double attack. You don't actually lose material at all, and you solve, more than solve, your opening problems in this variation.
You zip past equality.
Oh yes, way past equality.
Very nice. So in fact, the move castles does come with, as you say, the strategical threat of advancing in the center, and therefore everybody plays castles long. We assume, right?
Yeah, it's kind of an automatic here.
And then I'm guessing knight bd7 and g4. Again, this is very, very early part of theory. I mean, we haven't even cracked into the deep.
Oh no, we're not even started. We haven't even started.
That's my feeling as well. And Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, one game that it seems that we're already out of theory is the game between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. Check this out. Check what happened in this one. So they started off with the typical Ragozin. Everybody plays the Ragozin nowadays at the elite level. It's considered to be one of the most solid defenses against d4 for a black. No surprise here. Bishop to b4, queen to a4 came quite quickly. Knight to c6, e3. Of course, white can go bishop to g5. White can do a lot of things. a3 is another idea as well. Bishop to d2. A lot of setups for both players. e3 is followed by castle, queen to c2, the main line in the position. And check this move out. Knight to a5 came out of nowhere for Fabiano Caruana. It was actually played only once against Santos Ruiz Miguel against Blue Bomb all the way in 2019. Only one game in the database in a position in which we have hundreds, if not thousands, of games, but only one with knight to a5. This must have come as a shocker for the young Chinese player. He responded with c5 quite quickly. He hasn't spent a lot of time. 5 minutes right now, b6, immediately targeting the pawn on c5. Look, your pieces on the queen side are quite awkward. The bishop on b4, most likely, once it gets targeted with a3, is going to have to be exchanged on c3. The knight on a5, we know. The knights on the rim are dim in general. Nevertheless, black has a clear idea in mind, and that is to put as much pressure as soon as possible on white's pawn structure. Of course, if we get the exchange, c takes b6, a takes b6, that is the dream for a black. He's going to be feeling very comfortable and positively about his position in that one, because c5 is going to come after. Maybe black even gets the advantage. So white needs to find a way to consolidate his pawn structure on the queen side right now, and this is the big question that he needs to answer. One of those lines in which white at some point needs to make some aggressive decisions, like for example just sacrifice a pawn and play for compensation. We've seen that style of preparation from Fabiano Caruana against Jan Nepomniachtchi as well with the black pieces. Just play something offbeat, take a pawn, and then trust the material. And this is exactly perhaps what we're going to see in this one as well. For example, the computer's main move right now is actually bishop to d2, allowing me to take on c5. Nevertheless, it does feel like after take, if you do take, maybe knight to d5 is coming, maybe knight to a4. This is the type of situation we will have to deal with right now. It's going to be a tremendous game, guys. This one.
Could I just ask the obvious? Yes. Sorry to interrupt you, Alejandro. Could I just ask the obvious question? You've played c5, you played b6. I want to go a3.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right?
The Nimzo Indian.
a3 is definitely a move.
Yes. And to take with the queen.
Take with the queen, and now knight to e4.
And c2.
And drop back with the queen.
And then let's take this.
I will take that too, right? I take back, you take back?
Yeah, taking back already. We've seen this move, queen to f6 from Fabiano against Jan also. Queen to f6, and next I'm going to play e5. How are you going to develop your pieces? Obviously, queen to f6 is not only meant at supporting e5, but also stopping you from playing b4. The rook on a1 is kind of misplaced. So, in fact, the best move, according to the engine, at least, is rook to a2.
Okay. I wanted to suggest rook b1 or rook a2. Go ahead.
Rook b1, I'm not sure if it's as good, because you put yourself on this diagonal.
I got a feeling. Yeah, b4.
And then bishop f5, and then we get the typical Fabiano preparation, yeah?
Right. Well, if we just continue, because so much of everything that you've done, to my eyes, is so logical, but it's going to lead us somewhere. So we're going to go bishop d3. You're going to go... Oh, you're not going knight c6.
No, I'm not going back.
Knight c... I wanted you to go knight c6 so I could go comfortably bishop b2.
Knight c4 is very annoying.
Exactly. That's why I keep the knight here, so that bishop b2 never comes on the board. Well, if it does come, then you're just going to lose the bishop pair. Castle, and then some slow play, bishop to g6, and we have this type of position in which it does seem like black has equalized. So
agreed.
Perhaps something else from the beginning. Perhaps this idea. And by the way, this was another idea. Take knight to e4, take, and now the move b4, sacrificing a pawn. The type of preparation that we discussed earlier on, and it seems like Fabiano and his team are drawn to this type of challenges that they want to pose to their opponents, especially with the
That's a
pieces.
very good pawn.
That's a very nice pawn sacrifice.
That is.
Right?
Yeah,
You take, you have to go back to b7.
That's an awkward square.
But you know that Fabiano has probably analyzed the ins and outs of this position, right?
Sure.
So do you do that? Do you take that risk? Do you sacrifice a pawn psychologically? Could be quite difficult.
Marvelous stuff. Sorry, and the lifetime between these two players, Alejandro?
It's 3 wins, 2 losses, and 6 draws between these two players. But I want to point out that they have a very long history of playing against each other. Actually, those 3 wins by Ding Liren include a win 20 years ago. They actually played in the Under-10 World Youth Chess Championship in Heraklion, Greece.
Right.
And Ding Liren won that match, and I actually know that because I was there. And
I was there as well.
Playing in the Under-14.
I was playing the Under-14. Christian, were you there too?
I was there as well, yeah.
Wow,
everybody
that was
there.
a very talented group of junior players. Where was it held?
It was in Heraklion, in the
Greece?
Crete island of Greece.
I think Fabiano was like super highly rated, and Ding was just an up-and-coming 2100 or something along those lines.
Actually, Ding was unrated.
Unrated, there you go.
Even
I mean, it's
unrated,
incredible.
yeah.
Nobody knew.
He came out of nowhere. He was like 2200, and then he shot all the way to like 2550.
Wow.
And then to like 2700 in the span of a year, and then the rest is history.
I have a theoretical question for you, Christian, and I'll bring it right up as soon as I introduce it to our audience. I'm looking at the game between Richie and Hikaru, and this very, very topical variation these days, the Berlin, but with d3 and bishop takes c6. B takes c6, castles, and now the immediate bishop d6. There are alternatives, of course, but Hikaru chose this move to defend the pawn on e5. Now, Richie said, okay, this is all very nice and good. I will develop my bishop. I'll pin the knight on a good day. I will follow it up with moves like knight d2 and knight c4. And I'll really start to target this e5 pawn. Now, usually at some point, Black tries to make amends, and somehow, you know, I've seen him put his knight back and play f7, f6 to refortify the pawn on e5. But what Hikaru did was rather, for me, surprising. He just immediately kicked the bishop right to the square where he could attack the pawn on e5. And after the move bishop e6, Hikaru just laid down the challenge. You want my e5 pawn?
Come and get it.
Come and get it.
Take it. And just before we start, take a look at what's happening in the other game. And we were talking about trends, and the audience was asking us about trends as well. Take a look at what's happening in the Krzysztof Duda versus Timur Radjabov, because I was confused. You told me, hey, Hikaru played this, and I was like, no, Hikaru played bishop g5 before. It's actually a different game, but with the same idea, this idea of pinning the knight as early on as move number 5 with the move bishop to g5, h6, bishop to h4. Now, bishop takes c6, take, and bishop g5 could come, and that would be a transposition of the game Richard versus Hikaru. But right now, it does seem like Black has an option, an extra option compared to what we have in the Hikaru game, to play the move knight to e7. It just all comes down to trends, and it's so interesting that we're seeing two players that have absolutely no connection with each other. We know that Jan Krzysztof Duda didn't call Richie Rapport before the game, and he was like, hey, what do you have against the Berlin?
Right.
Yeah, I have this bishop g5 idea. Let's play it together tomorrow. That's not what happened. But it seems like their teams were drawn to the challenges once again, the tests that this idea with bishop to g5, bishop to h4 is posing from a practical point of view. Quite an interesting moment in the canvas right now.
Nice comparison, but then back to the Hikaru game for just a second.
Yeah, we have a very pressing question, right?
Hikaru has said, I'm prepared. White has just made no pretensions whatsoever. He's going to go after this pawn. And, you know, Hikaru is supposed to defend the pawn. He's supposed to play queen e7. Or he's supposed to play bishop g4 to stop the guy from taking the pawn.
Some concession.
And instead, Hikaru said, you want it, it's yours. Is this theoretically a known position?
Not 100% sure. It does seem like this bishop h4, g5 already might be a novelty.
Wow.
According to the database that I'm seeing, but perhaps this is not an updated database. g5, bishop to g3, and our producers are telling us that actually it's bishop e6 that is a novelty, and I will trust VAR, our good friend VAR, in
Firouzja and productions.
The omnipresent.
Sorry, that was Tom. Tom was.
That was Tom, right?
Tom, our producer,
Tom,
was
absolutely, the producer. Yeah.
But
he's a great player, you know.
The
great
bishop
potential.
e6, and very quickly there wasn't too much.
Knight h5 is a move, yes.
Too
But then
much
you have to
discussion.
contend with the avalanche that's coming your way.
Well, there wasn't too much discussion from Richie's side. After he saw the move bishop e6, he rather quickly put queen d2 on the board.
He smelled the rat.
Yeah,
He smelled the
it
rat.
kind of makes sense, right? Because if you play this move bishop g5, you have to look at the only game that's been played in this line after the move g5, because we're being told bishop e6 is a novelty. The game that I found is actually Fabiano Caruana against Wesley So, but it's from one of these bazillion of blitz tournaments that was played throughout the 2021 year.
Okay.
And that game went queen e7, but
which is a very standard-looking move to my eye.
Yeah,
You just defend the pawn.
it was a rapid game, and after d4, black is technically in trouble, but rapid game online, and Wesley ended up winning with the black pieces. But bishop e6 is actually the top computer move, apparently.
Wow.
So no surprise for either player, as Richie doesn't really spend that much time on anything, and plays the move queen d2, which is not a very natural move, in my opinion.
Well,
but
in fact, it's not even a pawn sacrifice. I'm looking at the lines, and it does seem like black is recapturing the pawn quite quickly. So, for example, after knight takes e5, h5, now you're forced to drop back with the knight because h4 is coming. You have to offer this bishop trade, bishop takes g3. If you do take with the h pawn, you're just going to get slaughtered on the king side after h4. Don't open up the h file because you're going to be in deep, deep trouble. So what you have to do is actually take with the f pawn. But after this, I'm just recapturing my pawn by force. After g4, knight moves anywhere. Queen to d4 comes. That's a check. You have to move the king. I'll pick up the b2 pawn. I'll get back my pawn, and it does seem like this is quite okay for black.
We have a question.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated that that's okay for black at the end, honestly. But well, I'll believe you on that one. But we were wondering what happens if you go h3 instead of giving the pawn back, right? Why do you drop back with the knight? Why can't I go h3, right?
Right.
Are you sure you want to face the music on this side like this?
No, but it's a pawn.
I'll suffer for a pawn.
All right. So what if I start with this move?
Well, that move we didn't consider. What
I mean,
else do you want
that
to
would
know?
never cross my mind. I mean, I was looking at h4.
Right. You dirty rat. He reaches for his H pawn. What we're ready for.
He puts the pawn on h4, looks up, it's like, oh, maybe not.
Wait a second.
Oh,
nice.
Funny.
So the bottom line,
the problem is this
Rook
position
G8.
is quite bad, right? Because if you do move the knight, then I still have this option of taking on g3. You have to take with the f pawn, and then this idea with queen to g4. If you don't do that, then my next move is h4 followed by g4, and you're going to get checkmated on this file, the g file. It's just too much compensation, and when your opponent is blitzing out their moves, you're not going to take on e5.
I get that. I get that.
It also does give me a feeling, quite honestly, that Richard is not completely unfamiliar with the position.
Oh, for sure not.
He's not playing as slowly as you would expect somebody that was completely surprised.
Yeah, right.
Especially with the move queen d2. The move queen d2 to me is so unnatural that it must be some sort of computer move, because I don't get it.
So the idea is
You just want to go queen c3, I think.
Exactly. White wants to go queen to c3. It's all about that pressure on the e5 square. And he saw that in the game between Fabiano and Hikaru. Fabiano essayed something very, very similar, this idea of getting the queen to c3 and then putting pressure on c4, the knight coming back to c4 and so on. We've seen what happened in that one, and I think this is somewhat natural, maybe not natural, but known at the elite level, this idea of queen to d2, queen to c3.
And we do have, by the way, queen to d2. And at last, Hikaru does make amends and says, no, I actually really do like my guy on e5. He defended it with the move knight d7, further attacking the pawn on e5 with d3, d4. And now, the fact that Hikaru's already got his bishop on e6. Some kind of a plus for black here in that his development has not been made any more awkward. Queen f6, and I don't know, to my eyes, if I can get in castles, long that is to say, I'm going to be happy. I'll get g4 in, and away we go. Has Hikaru achieved the beloved equality?
This looks fine for black, right? Especially after the move queen f6, this looks kind of okay. How do we feel about all these endgames if I do trade everything on e5 and then go queen c3?
Right. I remember Bobby Fischer.
So queen f6, I'm going to spoil the party for you guys. Queen f6 is actually pretty bad.
Did I blunder something? I apologize.
No, there's no immediate blunder, but queen f6 is going to be met by queen to a5.
Jeez.
And
I remember Hikaru playing queen h5 in one game against Timur Radjabov, and now he goes queen a5. That's pretty funny.
So we're only looking at queen to c3 to put more pressure on e5, but that allows taking on d4 with a tempo on the queen.
Right.
Now,
Precisely.
The queen on a5, you still put the pressure, you still force a reaction, but after taking on d4, e5 just wins a piece.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Nice. Queen a5, pressuring e5 in case of capture is just what... Yeah, queen a5 wasn't on my
queen a5 was not on my radar. But
exactly.
It's such a good move, right?
It really is. It looks like it just puts the... Which means I may have to play the rather awkward-looking f6.
Yeah.
And then take and take.
But he played it. He played this type of structures, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I get it on this one. I don't like it, though.
I just... but to your question, even though queen f6, we now know absolutely wholeheartedly is a mistake.
Right.
You did ask about this ending, and I remember studying the games of Bobby Fischer, which we all did. I mean, we were all spellbound by his success. And Bobby won a few games of the exchange Spanish by doubling up the pawns. But I think it was because he was Bobby, not because of the position, actually. And I got to say that I think that these positions are actually even.
Okay.
Yeah. But queen a5.
We'll have none of that as Hikaru has played the move f6, which was the computer recommendation. And after take, you take with the pawn, right?
Right. So the idea is, again, if you leave black alone, it's going to play queen e7 castles. And I don't think, as white, you want to allow this. Why? Because you're facing some pretty serious
stuff right
over here on the... So whatever it is that white, Richie, in this case, wants to do, he wants to do it while the king is still in the center, and he needs to hit the anvil hard. What's your take, Christian?
That is a good question, Yasser. I'm not 100% sure. I was actually looking at this game while you guys were
please.
talking.
That's
the one between Ding Liren and Fabiano, because in fact, after c5, b6, we've seen a bishop to d2 happen on the board. So no a3, no immediate reaction from white's side trying to target the bishop on b4, and knight to c4 came on the board. We were discussing this idea of taking, and bishop takes c5, right? This was what we were looking at. The problem is, if you do take on c5, it does seem like a3 is giving white the initiative. If you do take on c3, then I just simply take back, then I will take back on c5. I have the two bishops. And the difference with the previous line that we discussed earlier on is that now the dark square bishop is nicely placed and unbothered on the square c3. You're not going to take that bishop anytime soon, and that's a problem for black. So knight to c4 came on the board, and after a long think, almost 15 minutes, Ding Liren plays this move a3, followed immediately by knight takes d2. This is the current position that we have on the board. A lot of simplifications are coming quickly. Knight takes d2, bishop takes c3 is forced. You cannot go back because of b4. Bishop takes c3 is on the board. Right now, these moves are happening live as we speak. Queen takes c3. Let's see. Let's wait and see, because I'm 100% sure that Fabiano will blitz out his next move, a5. There you have it. There you have it, a5 on the board, stopping this quick expansion with the move b4. Perhaps you don't want to do that. You're going to allow too many trades. That's going to simplify the position too much. How do we assess this position? I still give white a slight advantage. Look, nothing has happened. The structure is still intact for both sides. I have more space as white.
I like
Rook to c1 makes a lot of sense. Trying to put some more pressure on the c file. Finish the development. I'm not risking a lot, and this is exactly what I think Ding Liren was looking for in that deep think. He was looking for variations in which he's going to be able to tame the position, neutralize Black's opening preparation as much as possible. And I think he got that. I think he's happy. And let's wait and see how this game progresses.
Well, Christian,
just to continue this exact moment, b2, b4, I've expanded with c5. Let's just make sure the wedgie on the queen side is maintained. What would happen after b2, b4, Christian, in that position that you had?
This is the move offered by
wow. Okay.
our alien friends.
By the way, that's a real Fabby move too. Just when you think you've got...
That's another one, yeah. Pawn sacrifice like this. A strange pawn sacrifice, I have to say, but...
That is a strange one.
You will go after this e5 pawn, and it doesn't seem like white is going to be able to defend it. Rook to e8, queen to d5 is going to come quickly, and you do have to finish your development still. I'm a bit ahead in terms of development, Black that is.
Wow.
So e5 could come on the board, but let's wait and see whether white is going to decide to play b4 or not. I don't think it's a forced move by any means.
all right.
That's great stuff. By the way, I had a question for you, Alejandro. I thought that this was actually a very enterprising opportunity for Ding Liren right here. He went in my opinion, for the very natural move. So no complaint by what Ding played. Knight takes d2. I think everybody would play knight takes d2 more or less and transpose into the position that they have on the board. However, there was a strange moment here that he could accept the doubled two sets of double pawns on the f file as well as the b file. But at the end, he's really, these double pawns, control a lot of key squares. And, the worst thing that could ever happen to Black is something like c6, b5, and you get this big clamp. This bishop ends up being stuck on c8. And I don't know, what did you think? It's enterprising, it's strategically risky.
I don't find it risky. It seems kind of nice for white, actually. You're never worse in this kind of structures. Yeah, you have the double pawns, but Black can't really make use of it. And you have the really nice g-file. You might also think the king on e1, it's not so clear where it goes, but it's actually fine either on h1, even on e1, it's okay. I like this for white so much that I would be thinking if there's an alternative to knight takes f3. I would probably take the bishop, Yasser, just because I think bishops are worth more than...
Of course. This right here. And just kind of ruin the kingside castling feature.
And I understand strategically I have a little bit of risk if this bishop on c8 doesn't come to life.
That's exactly my point.
Right.
I mean, like, worst thing ever. I'm just going to play two incredibly bad moves. Apologies, everybody. Apologies, apologies, apologies. That you understand.
Yeah, this bishop's not moving.
That you are going to be actually almost a bishop and a rook down for the rest of the game.
Yes.
Because the bishop is not moving.
I would think that on those two moves, though, that Black should be able to somehow do something for the bishop.
Right.
Whether it's bishop d7 or it's something. Get it to some diagonal where it's actually breathing, and your king will be...
One day, I was going to play f4, do the old castle.
But it will take some time. And
exactly.
I think I'll be able to use that time to improve my own position as well.
Fair enough. It just caught my eye as maybe a little bit more enterprising than the very natural pathway that Ding did take.
This looks very tame for me. I actually, looking at this position, I understand what Christian says. I view it as being completely fine for Black.
Yeah.
If I had to compare and contrast this to the Queen's Gambit declined with knight bd7 that everybody's playing, it's pretty similar, except that white has even less pieces than usual. I would think that Black is very close to solving their issues. Now, this is all great and fun, but we have such a fun game in the Alireza match.
Let's do it.
They have so much to talk about here.
Oh,
we have so much to talk about here. let's go back a few moves. This is all theory, guys. Everything here is theory. Castles.
Well, let's say we just left it
here.
Castles.
Knight b7, g4, b5, g5. And this is one of the main lines of this variation of the knight or 5.
This is some super old theory.
Right.
It's not, yeah, it's somewhat old. And here, after a5, f5, the old line and like automatic was a4. Everybody plays a4 in this position. And it goes through like a very long line. a4, you take on e6. Knight bd4 also exists.
Yes.
It's knight bd4 or knight bd4 or
f5.
f5 takes e6. A takes b3 is obviously forced. Then you go c takes b3 or e takes f7. They both exist. And it's just really, really long. Tons of games being played here. Literally hundreds. Literally hundreds of Grandmasters games have started from that position.
That's not even the tabia yet.
It's not even yet. Yeah. And here, Alireza actually plays the move bishop c4, which I looked at the database. It's been played 20 times, and a bunch of them are actually correspondence games. No real test and practice. Almost all those games went knight g3, which seems to be the computer move.
Yeah, no, knight g3 seems to be the main line in that position. Knight to g3, king to b1, which was played 1 hour and 54, yeah, after a 10-minute thing. So at this point, bishop to c4 seems to have been the move that surprised Jan Nepomniachtchi. He was trying to remember his theory, and bishop to c4 was played. But one trend that I want to talk about is Alireza is surprising his opponents in every single game.
What he did in round
He started off in round 1 against Timur. He had an extra hour on his clock. After that, he followed it up. I don't remember who he played.
Rapport. Richie Rapport was winning at several junctures in that game.
Exactly. And then in round 3 against Hikaru Nakamura, the same story. And right now, once again, we're seeing him just blitzing out his moves all the way to like move 20, close to 20. Stellar opening preparation. I have to say this young man has done his homework going into his first candidates. I'm quite impressed.
Homework or not, the position has blowed up.
It really certainly has. Let's take
what's
a look.
going on?
Let's take a look. And enough theory, enough blah blah blah. Let's take a look at what's actually happening on the board, because this is completely insane.
Totally.
I mean, Black's king is wide open. White literally just decided not to take on d5, which was a free pawn.
Right.
And
I mean,
what?
We're struggling.
Yeah, e takes d5. I assume it's a typical knight or type of sacrifice. You put the knight on d6. You start pressuring f5. It's not easy to actually hold on to that pawn, and the knight on d6 is just so nice.
It's chill.
So nice.
It's chill. I love that knight on d6, but
f6.
But this is okay. Forgetting what will happen in this game. Nepo loves the chaos of f6.
Yeah.
I mean, this is where he really shines. He calculates the initiative, attacking variations, in my view, incredibly well. It's what propelled him to become challenger of the world to Magnus Carlsen. So when a guy like Nepo plays f7, f6, I start sweating. But Alireza says, do your worst. Takes.
And now he's
now there's a pause. So let's assume this knight on d7 needs a job, and this knight on e8 stops mate.
Yeah.
Great.
And it also could want to go to d6 more than this knight on d7 wants to go anywhere.
Correct. That was also my thinking as well. Well, and in the meanwhile, do your worst. Knight takes e4 is on Black's agenda. Never mind, one day, some ways of trying to blast open the queen side with...
I would think that in this position, knight g3 is an automatic. I would really want to go to f5. I know that throwing in a check on g1 seems tempting.
But maybe my king's better on h8.
On h8, yeah.
So I'll even go so far as to say,
yeah,
I'll get off the open G file.
I'll be happy to do so. And I wasn't really looking at the move bishop h6. It's one of those moves that you feel is just completely wrong.
Take my rook.
Take my rook. I don't really care about this rook on f8. I like the move knight g3. I don't think you're playing king h8 against it.
You don't. Why? I mean, to me, that's kind of a natural move where I want to go rook g8. And first, you know, I consolidate my king side. Oh, by the way, bishop on c4 is...
Yeah, but I was thinking that bishop c4 followed by something like knight f5 might be scaring you. Not immediately, but queen somewhere, knight f5.
Only because I just suddenly woke up to the fact because it was like the bishop was on c4 and nobody had touched it for so long. I didn't even realize I had given you this opportunity. Well. But now, having said that, again, at this exact moment, black is a pawn up, and he
has his chances as well, right?
Yeah, it's double-edged.
It's not easy to checkmate the black king with the knight on e8. It does cover g7, so I don't have a checkmate threat anytime soon.
Let's invite Cristian in here. After the move knight on d7 takes f6, which has not yet been played by Ali Reza, how do the engines evaluate the situation?
Well, that's why they pay you the big bucks, guys. You guys follow the main line of the engine.
Oh, really?
Knight to f6, knight to g3, king to h8. Great move. Getting off the g file, bishop takes c4, d takes c4, and of course, the engines are saying 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, all the way in apparently this endgame, which is quite strange, I have to say. But at this point, it does seem like your pieces, despite the fact that you're a pawn up, are a bit awkward, right?
How do you
you are
save this
ready
bishop?
to take on e4. What?
How do you save it?
You just play bishop d6. Knight takes e4 is coming as well.
Bishop
so, for example,
D6
if you try to do something like this, bishop to c6.
Look, man, don't ask me. I didn't see.
Wasn't that obvious?
No, I wasn't.
How dare you ask so silly questions? Obviously, bishop d6.
I hung the bishop on
Bishop to
c4.
d6, why not?
What are you talking to me for? Continue, please, Cristian. 0, 0, 0.
0,
obviously.
0s. And now you sacrifice the second pawn with knight to e2, and I guess you want to actually just exchange the knights like this.
Oh, come on, get out of here.
Some
Get
wild
out
stuff.
of here.
Wild stuff. Wild
As
stuff.
our good friend Shaq Mamedyarov would say,
Come on.
To be honest, at this point, if we do get into this position, I don't see queen takes d8 come on the board.
I mean, it's such
No.
an
I think you
illogical
just
move.
see some queen g2 or queen to
E2, I
f2,
think.
trying to keep the queens on the board and checkmate the black
Right?
king.
The knight comes to f5,
Exactly.
stuff on the g file.
That's what feels natural to me.
I'm sorry to be the party pooper.
And
That's
by
a
the way,
fine
queen
move.
g2 is completely lost for white. I quit.
Completely lost. I was going to suggest you take twice on d8 in that
Yes.
position.
And then bishop c5.
Bishop c5
Right.
and just
That I-
kind of win back your pawn and make the
Yeah, but
suggestion.
how?
Yeah.
So I go h5. You still have some problems with this e4 pawn.
H5 is a very
H5
nice
is
move.
annoying,
Yeah.
This might all... The other variation
Remarkable.
I didn't understand at all, but this one actually is a little off-putting. If you see the move h5 and you realize that you cannot hold on to
I mean,
e4.
I of course had the
If
dream
you try
of
to hold on
A3,
to the
knight
pawn, the
A2,
problem is
knight
that
C-
bishop to b6
No,
actually comes.
once you start seeing rook e1, you think, yeah, this is going wrong. I
Yeah.
understand this one, yeah. And by the way, we have the move
Fascinating.
knight
Fascinating.
g3 on the board. Alireza did take, as we expected, with the knight d takes f6 and knight g3. Quick question for you, Cristian, because of course we're going to have to move on. But was knight df6 better than knight e takes f6? Because I understand that it's more logical to take with the d knight. But on some cases, I also see the knight.
Zeros everywhere. Knight ef6 0 0, knight df6 0 0. So it's just yeah,
They were equitable.
equitable sides of the
another?
coin, I
Right,
guess. Yeah, but just
I'm
completely different
stunned.
variation.
I
Right now,
thought there would have been a
take-
definitive.
I was waiting for that. This is exactly
the
why
way-
you don't play this
Right,
move. Yeah?
From a
because there was a
practical
mate on
perspective,
G7
though,
or
from a
something.
practical perspective, exactly. With the knight on e8, you have the control over G7, and it just feels like your king is more secure. So that's why I think he spent a little bit of time, took on f6 with a d pawn, with a d knight, and let's see how the players are going to continue after this one. King to h8 does seem to be quite an important move, getting this king off the g file. You don't actually have a lot of other moves to improve the position.
Well,
to improve your situation.
I
right
thought
now.
knight d6 was extremely logical.
Knight to d6. Yes, and bishop to h6.
And again, I don't really care.
You want to go king
about
h8
this,
and
yeah.
say, take my
rook,
take my rook.
Obviously, you cannot go rook to e8 because of
Then
queen
Yeah,
I get
g5.
clear. I get mate. I mean, queen g5 is mate, so I have to move my king.
There is a mating threat. You
Yeah.
also don't have time to take on e4, despite the fact that you control g5. You do allow queen to g2
I
later
didn't
on.
see why not. I don't get it. Knight
There's-
f takes e4.
Sorry,
Knight
knight takes
takes
e4.
e4.
I take
Knight takes.
queen g2.
Queen g2 check.
Bishop g5 counter check. Oh, it's not
There's no king on c1. This is a knight. No.
Good morning. Good morning.
Counter check. I like
That is a knight on c1. Is
What
not a
did
king.
you do last night?
All right.
What did you do
Very
last night,
good.
Alejandro? My goodness.
All right.
You need some Greek yogurt over here.
But guys, just
Yes.
before, I'm sure we're going to spend a lot of time analyzing this position. I just want to ask you a question because I was watching at this position between Ricci and Hikaru, and they got all the way to this position.
That happened fast.
When I was 7-year-old, I was playing the exchange Ruy Lopez. And every time I managed to exchange as many pieces and get to this type of structure with only the knights on the board, I probably won 90% of the games.
As
because
white.
I just as white, right? Yeah. I just exchange everything and then I push the pawns. I create an extra pawn on the king's side, the passed pawn, and then I just win. Isn't that the case anymore? Is something changed in chess? Is the defense for black much easier than I knew it to be? Obviously, Hikaru is not my opponent when I was 10 years old.
Chess changed a lot since you were 7.
I know. It does seem like it, yeah.
But this was actually, I think, particularly one of the things that did change about chess. I was taught exactly the same. You get to the exchange Ruy Lopez, and then you trade all the pieces, and then because
you
it's a
win the
4
king and pawn endgame.
King and pawn endgame. The problem was that at some point people realized that last rook, you actually can't force a trade of that last rook.
The 4 rooks off the board.
Two
maybe,
but
the black will keep 1.
Black will keep 1 rook, and then you realize that, okay, you're not going to do anything the rest of the game. Your only open file is the d file.
And you put it on d6. That's what you mean, right? You don't exchange it because you put the rook on d6. The last rook
that's
on d6.
one thing. But even if I don't have to, like in a terrible scenario, I trade 1 pair of knights.
Okay, so let's go through the variations.
But there's no variations.
So king
It's
e7,
very difficult to exchange everybody in a comfortable way.
Let's do it like this.
You trade this.
I understand. You can take on c2.
Right.
We're not talking about that.
Even this, you take, and you got everything. I gave you everything. This is a bit dangerous for black. But even this was like not lost. I was taught it was lost.
Right.
Yeah, the same here.
Now and then came Kramnik, and then came the Berlin. Now, if you put this rook on, which is currently on h8, on a8, people were playing a5, a4.
I think you play a5 anyway.
And then you put your rook, and then suddenly this majority on the queen side ended up giving black play.
And this rook on d1, it's very pretty and stuff, but it has no penetration squares.
Because of the king on e7.
Because of the beautiful king on e7 or e6.
So if you just go in the position that you have on your board, just a few more moves. h3 for white, if you don't mind.
Yes.
a5 for black, if you don't mind. King e3, a4 for black, a3 for white. Rook, yes, all the way. Oh, oops, almost got there. And something like f4 and something like rook a5. And this is where we said, you just don't win as comfortably as Bobby
nothing.
Fischer did.
Yeah, it's nothing, it seems like.
Yeah, people figured out that this is a defensible endgame.
Yeah.
I think
so. This is what changed in the past.
This endgame definitely changed. People thought, okay, white presses, and black figured out not at all.
No. This is what we have right now on the board. You guys are saying it's an easy draw. I'm sure Ricci is still going to try.
The crazy part about this is I would say that the draw is the overwhelming result, but I would say that 3 results are still possible. That even sometimes you get into the 4 rooks come off the board, but the knight
is annoying.
Because for some reason black has a pawn on a4, and then suddenly he hits a pawn on the queen side, and it's not so comfortable.
It's not so comfortable, and the king on g1 is actually pretty far from the action.
It takes you a few tempi.
It takes you a few tempi together. The knight hops are pretty quick.
Yeah.
And yeah, from my experience of playing this endgames, I never felt that white was completely safe when it came to pushing the endgame. The moment you started pushing, black had its own counter chances.
By the way, I'll interrupt our train of thought for just a moment to say that as we start the round 4, we have in our 3 marquee games, fascinating openings, great strategic fights, and we want to just invite our audience to join the conversation as you can send your questions to us through the social media. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And then one game we haven't looked at.
And there we go. Send us your questions. Tweet at St. Louis Chess Club, STL Chess Club, or ask your questions in the live chat. We are on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. Apparently, we're also on Instagram. So
well done.
Well done. Send us the questions wherever you want. They really help the program. They really help our conversation. And Yasser, go ahead.
And I just wanted to say, even though for Timur is having a very awkward start to the event, for Duda, hey, look, the best time to kick a man is when he's down. And Duda with the white pieces, if he could win today, the rest of you guys draw your games, and I'll tie for first. Let's just see what has happened in this game. And guess what? Once again, it's this very topical stuff, this time with d7, d6. So there's no bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, d takes c6 trades. And a very different animal, I want to say. I've seen a lot of Joko pianos, but with the knight on a4 already getting ready to capture the bishop on b6, I don't know if we're still in theory, but a big fight.
I've never seen this position specifically. It almost feels like something went wrong for black.
Right?
Yeah,
it does have a certain, like I've seen black play a7, a5, a7, a6, always to maintain
this
his bishop.
Right.
And not to allow it to be traded. Also, the fact that this, g7, g5, in these positions now, with the bishop already, stuck over here on the queen side, I don't think you want to castle long as black. And you definitely don't want to castle short. Could I ask, Cristian, is this position that Duda's achieved, has he achieved theoretical advantage, or is it known?
He achieved a pretty decent advantage, I have to say. At least the way I look at the position right now.
Our feeling.
The big problem, it does feel like this move bishop to b4 created for a black, because you're just inviting white to gain more space on the queen side. The much more natural bishop to b6, because you're still going to get there. The question is whether it improves your case, the fact that you allow me to play c3 and b4, and it doesn't improve your case at all. Because with the pawn on c3 and the pawn on b4, not only that I have more space on this side, but I'm also ready to break in the center as fast as possible with a move d4. So that might be a problem. By the way, knight to a4, it does seem like this was the novelty of the game. And Timur did spend around 6 minutes at this juncture in the game and chose to force, or at least provoke, this move c3 and b4. But yes, unfortunately, this doesn't help his case at all. This is what we have right now. It's an awkward position for black. I have to say, I'm looking at the options. Castle is not really a good one. And by the way, Duda, look at him. 1.5 points, only half a point behind the leaders. He could definitely help his case if he takes the full point home in this important matchup against Timur Radjabov.
Equally true also the Ricci versus Hikaru game. Those two players are also only half a point, trailing our leaders by half a point, so a victory in either of their cases would really help their chance. How can knight come on, how can the move knight a4 be a novelty? I mean, it's such a suggestive move. This bishop on c5 is a good piece. Let me get rid of it.
It feels like it's one of those novelties that's just novelty in name.
Yeah.
That honestly, that black shouldn't get into this, right?
Right.
Everything that I've been taught about these structures is keep this bishop alive. And actually,
you play a6 in order that the bishop will have a way of retreating one day.
Right.
So bishop d7, inviting knight a4. And Timur has got himself into a little bit of a jam here. And
it doesn't even feel
I played g5.
It doesn't feel that c3, b4 really bothered. I kind of wanted to play.
No, it helps.
Right?
C3, helps. I'm 100% sure that that's a tempo I'd love to have in my pocket. Thank you so much for the check on b4. Thank you for gifting me the move c3. b2, b4, okay, I can argue, yeah, you sucked me into making a move that maybe I didn't want. But I've seen plenty of variations where they do play d4 with the pawn on b4. So think Duda's looking good.
Looking good. And we have a question that I wanted to ask, since we've gone through all the games already.
Please.
To the commentators, did you expect the candidates to open this fiercely, or did you expect players to test each other in more calm waters starting the tournament? Because it does feel that some players have gone guns blazing with their prep. Firouzja has. I feel that Fabi has in his game against Nepo, where they are very willing to take early chances.
I think it's a wonderful question. Thank you so much for that. Because first of all, I love the term fiercely.
Yes.
And I think that's a great way of describing what's happened in the first 3 rounds. The guys have come out guns blazing. None of this, let's pace ourselves, and, introduce our novelties later in the event. No. Everybody said, look, I want to get a lead in this tournament, and I want to play as hard as I can, as early as I can. For me, strangely enough, I expected that. I really did expect the hard-fought games that we've been seeing. But also, I expected that they were going to show early, and we've seen Ding Liren, not necessarily successful, but doing some nice opening stuff and showing his cards. Ali Reza showing his cards, not saving that for the second half or something like that. By comparison, I think a lot of the older candidates tournaments often featured veterans who actually did save a lot of their stuff for the second half. Right? We do have 3 rookies in the field.
Yes.
Right? And they're anxious to show that I belong and, I'm going to beat everybody up kind of thing. So, yeah, I think the combination of maybe a little inexperience, but also with this aggression, has really hit everybody. And sometimes you pick up on that, right? Sometimes you can have a tournament where everybody's making draws and it's boring.
It's kind of the atmosphere, right? There's like something in the air that really affects the mood of the players.
Sucks everybody in,
That's
and then the next thing you know, they're playing, swinging for the fences. So absolutely, yes, it's been a surprise, but a kind of a welcome one.
Definitely.
The atmosphere, you're in Madrid, you feel all the boiling blood, the Latin boiling blood around you. But also, if you analyze players by their own merits, you see Alireza Firouzja hasn't played a lot in the last 8 or so months. He only played in Bucharest, from what I remember. And
Norway?
He obviously, and Norway as well, and he obviously prepared something for a very long time. And you were saying that he's showing his guns early on. No, I just think he has a lot of guns right now. He has a lot of preparation for every single game. So we're going to see new and interesting ideas every single game. He's not using them just at the beginning of the tournament. That's one player that I have in mind. Hikaru Nakamura also is coming with a lot of energy. Richie Rapport, for example, he's been playing a lot, but always he has enterprising ideas, and that's going to lead to very intriguing and creative games. And Fabiano Caruana, nothing to talk about him. We know how good his preparation is. He just simply works non-stop on chess and always finds new ideas. The same for Ding Liren, who hasn't been playing a lot. So if you look at the mixture of players, I think you can easily expect that we're going to see fireworks in this event.
Thank you, Christian. I'm looking again at our number 1 seed going into the event, Ding Liren against Fabi. At the moment you look at the pairings, you go, that's a game that you're going to have to look at. And I'm forcibly reminded of a story that Grandmaster Robert Byrne told me. Robert Byrne was a columnist for the New York Times, and he literally accompanied Fischer on his whole candidate cycle. And he goes down to Buenos Aires in 1971 when Bobby is playing the finals candidates against Tigran Petrosian. And the Soviets sent an enormous delegation, and there was like Robert, the only American, and there was like tons of Soviet journalists, tons of coaches and trainers for Tigran Petrosian. And F.M. Geller, at a certain moment, just stopped and looked at the screen, and he said about Bobby's play, he plays so simply. And I'm looking at this game of Ding Liren, and after the move a7, a5, rook to c1, bishop a6, captures, opens up the C file, of which we are now the proud possessor. We have our major pieces controlling the only open file, the C file, takes, castles, and even though the position's very, very simplified, it's actually, the onus is on black to show equality. Very, very quickly, white would love to establish his queen on C7, his rook on C6, his rook on C1, and then it's just positional overkill. So even though nothing untoward has necessarily happened, at the moment, I feel that Ding, through very, very simple play, has put some pertinent questions before Fabi. How do you intend to equalize? Your thoughts, Alejandro?
I feel it's one of those positions that very similar to the reload pass that Richard potentially has against Hikaru. That the evaluation of these endgames have really shifted in the last 20 years. Yeah, from being somewhat dangerous to
boring?
To kind of boring, where grandmasters have taken the time to understand that even though this position is not fully pleasant, that they do the extra work to take it from not fully pleasant to just a draw. And,
wow, that's impressive.
And I think that this is one of them. And I think there's similar situations in the Catalan structures where Ulf Andersson won a ton of games.
Right.
In a position where, because he won so many games, it was assumed that white was better.
Right.
But
it was Ulf Andersson.
It was Ulf Andersson. It wasn't that the position was better.
Right.
And then Wesley took those positions with the block pieces.
He said, hey, look, this is a draw.
Draw. Never was beaten.
Right.
And I think Fabio is going through some of the same motions in this position.
Okay.
Where he understands that he's definitely never going to be better. But is he actually worse? And if you make a couple of moves for black,
please,
I would start with the move. Okay, my first is saying 98, which is like a silly move. It makes some sense.
Tom resembles that remark, by the way.
But I was starting with the move Rook A8, which I think
Rook A8
most humans would eventually play, right?
Exactly. Okay, so the idea behind Rook A8 is as clear as a bell. You want to be able to challenge the D file, the C file. So I have to step up.
Right, and here I was thinking of the move Queen B8, which is I think, kind of typical
way of trying to solve your issues.
I try to solve, and I think by this point, even though it's only been 2 moves, I am very close to solving my issues.
Help me, just one more move, and I'll be with you 100%. Yes, I'm going to take the pawn if you play Rook C8.
But that's okay, right? I think this is the kind of stuff, like you go Rook C8, you take my pawn, but then I get my counterplay. I go Queen C2.
Okay.
You have to play Knight F3 at that point, I think.
But Alejandro, if you want to get into this position, why don't we go Queen D7 first instead of Queen D8?
Well, Alejandro's point is that, okay, I've lost a pawn, but look what I've got in return. I have to play Knight F3. You will probably play A4,
H6, maybe Knight E4 to just control your rook. Your rook's not going anywhere.
No, I'm going to be tethered.
Yeah.
To the F2 pawn. I mean, I can see that this is counterplay. Pardon me, Christian, you're saying that black has an even easier option than this?
Well, no, I was just thinking not to give up a pawn with Queen to D7 now instead of Queen to B8.
Queen to
D7.
Like to go
the same
queen
idea.
To
You take on B6, I go Rook to B8, and I pick up the B2 pawn. Actually.
Queen C6, go ahead. And he's saying Queen D7 immediately.
Right, and that way, no. Now
now you don't take a pawn, right?
Exactly. Now I don't.
You can still take on D7 and invade on C7, and I guess that is the question: how big of an advantage, if anything?
Okay, but that's the point. I mean, I still feel that.
Yeah, this is the type of position I didn't want to get into.
That white is the one who's
pressing. Yeah,
he's got the.
Got the file.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
it's worth something.
I think everybody's seeing the game Botvinnik Aljohin, and they think, okay, C file for the rook, knight's dominated. You know, you start getting, you start remembering that game, and you think, well, I could lose like Aljohin did.
Right, with a whimper.
So perhaps this is why the move that the producers are telling us, Knight to E8, this might be.
Oh, yeah. Tom is doing a little jig in the background over here, everybody.
As Tom is whispering in my ear, 98, Zugzwang.
Zugzwang.
Don't praise him too much. He said 98 Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Don't praise him too much.
Wow. Knight E8. Yeah, that was the first move that came to my mind, too. What? 98. Okay.
But my question for you guys is, okay, you're Fabiano Caruana. You probably looked at this particular type of structure in preparation for this game because it's an easy path for white to try to get.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Do you know this plan with knight to e8, knight to d6? You probably should, right? If you've done your homework, you probably should know the plan knight to e8.
You can expect that this knight, I mean, it is known in this structure, right? That the knight on d6.
It really is an ideal square
yeah.
because you get to support b5 and you aspire to shut the knight, this C file down. Just have a very, very quick, well, first of all, let's take a social media question, but I got this great story. You have to remind me. Bobby G.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at our question. First, it is, drum roll.
Who do we have?
Come on, Tom. Don't leave us hanging.
From YouTube Music, Patrick. Hello, Patrick.
Hi, Pat.
How is the bonus money for a full point awarded to the players? Is it a bonus for winning games or just a payout based on final tournament score? From what I understand, it's a final tournament score.
That's what I understand it as well.
And even though we did say a full point,
7,500.
I actually think it's a half point.
3,750.
3,750 for
half point.
Half point.
And we just rounded it up and said 7,500 for a full point.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
All right.
But yes, so they have their prize money, first, second, third, and so forth, but also a little bonus for getting that extra point. And another one.
If you could choose
from Lala?
Solberg, I think.
Solberg, Lala.
If you could choose to be a second for any of the candidates, whose team would you like to be on and why? Oh, that's a good one.
Wow. Wow.
That's a very good one. All right.
I'd like to be on Richie's team.
So
I could just hang out with Lubermeyer and talk about old times. I wouldn't want to do any work, but that's the why I would want to be on his team. I just wouldn't want to do any of the work that the trainers have to make. I know you'd switch. After years of experience with Fabi, it's sort of like, I need somebody else.
I would definitely pick literally anybody else. No, I mean, working with Fabi is a pleasure, but I've already done that. So I would have to choose someone else. Let me think. Got a Dingler and Timur, Duda, Firouzja. I think it has to be Firouzja.
Firouzja would be fun.
I think it would have to be.
But I suspect that might be a lot of work. Christian, jump in.
I'm okay with that.
I had a lot of fun with Fabiano, and probably I would rejoin his team in that regard. But Alireza is definitely a prospect that I would like to work with.
Right.
Not only from the chess perspective, but I have a feeling he has a lot of energy in other aspects as well. I think he plays a lot of sports, and this is what I like in this type of camps. I like to play a lot of sports. I know Magnus loves to play all the time. So if the player plays sports outside of just preparation, I'm going to be on their team.
But let me get this straight. You're going as a second to chat with the other seconds. That guy is going as a second to do a bunch of sports. I was thinking Alireza Firouzja, what a great creative player. I want to see how the new generation thinks about chess. I want to know about the new ways of prepare.
You're a great chess purist. I love you for that. Just a quick story. I thought this was actually pretty hilarious. So I'm playing in Beale in my interzonal, and a lot of friends come over from Seattle. I have a dear friend, Bobby Garcia, Bobby G. And Bobby G is, protecting me from all the Swiss riffraff. And I'm having a post-mortem with the Grandmaster from Holland, John Vanderveel.
Ah, yes.
John's attacking me like crazy. And I have a defense to his checkmate on G7, and I say, I have 98. 98. Oh, John says, that's right. So a few moves later, another variation, and once again, my saving move is 98. Wow, that's great, says John. Gee, this knight is, the bane. And this goes on, actually, for a few minutes, and then we agree that the game is drawn and that away he goes. And Bobby turns to me and he says, yes, I'm really sorry. I didn't want to disturb you guys, but what's 98? I go, 98? He goes, yeah. I said, well, it's one less than 99. Because he thought we were saying the number 98 instead of knight to E8. So it was just this hilarious moment of like, what's 98 in chess? Because I kept using it as a trump. You can't checkmate me because I have 98. It was great.
And with
You should
that,
have been there.
let us take a look at what we have for you from Q Boutique.
Oh, yes. What is our specials for today?
Our special for today is one-of-a-kind walnut and maple chessboard played on an autograph by GM Fabiano Caruana there in the middle. This was used at the American Cup, and you can buy this. Available only at qboutiquestl.com. Look at that beautiful signature.
That's horrifying.
I mean,
needs to learn how to write. What is that?
Yeah, what on earth was that, right?
Fabi Caruana comes out of that? I mean, come on.
Come on.
Yeah.
Well, but it is Fabi's, we swear.
Yeah, that's an original.
And you can buy it at qboutiquestl.com. Visit us there. We have a bunch of chess merchandise for you guys. We're going to take our first break of the day as we have finished the opening phase. We'll be right back in only a few minutes to cover the rest of the action of the fourth round of the candidates.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus in the heart of the vibrant Central West End has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of two unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in round number 4 in Madrid, Spain, as we are the candidates tournament for you. And this is the standings after 3 rounds of chess. Fabiano Caruana and Nepomniachtchi are the ones that sit pretty top with 2 out of 3 and a bunch of people on 50%. Meanwhile, Timur Radjabov and Ding Liren are the ones that are suffering in the tournament currently, both of them sitting on -1.
But when you think about today's pairings and how they affect those standings, my goodness, what pairings they are, as we see in clashes between Jan, one of our leaders, versus Firouzja at 1.5, only half a point behind, as well as Ding Liren versus Fabi. Ding Liren, our pre-tournament favorite, is at -1 with a win today. A lot of the badness goes away. You know,
no, definitely.
He would bring Fabi back down to 50%, bring himself up to 50%, and make the tournament wide open. Well, so big encounters.
Yeah, big encounters everywhere. I think the most exciting one by far from the positions that we have is the Jan Nepomniachtchi game against Alireza Firouzja. We have a couple of moves.
Let's jump in.
We can jump straight into it. It's also a huge one for the standings. Alireza trailing only by half point behind current leader Jan Nepo.
When we left it, we saw the move d5 and we f6, and we got to these captures. We anticipated knight g3, and then there was some discussion here whether we play king h8. Well, in fact, Alireza captured on f1 captured, and ever since has been tanking, which is a bit surprising
because what did you expect?
Look at all of these things that happened before, and for sure Firouzja had brought the preparation up to and including this moment, only he's taken almost an hour to get here versus the 30 minutes for Jan. Discuss what happened.
It feels that he's unfamiliar with the position itself, and he's trying to figure out exactly how to move forward. He must have some sort of a certain idea of how the position is handled, but not on a specific idea of the move orders.
Okay.
I'm a little surprised that after bishop takes f1, he's still thinking, because to me, taking with the h rook is an automatic. Now you might think, why not take with the d rook, keep the option open to put the h rook on the g file? It seems very natural to do so. But experience in the Najdorf tells me that actually it's not about which rook goes to g1. It's the fact that the rook is actually better placed on d1 than on f1.
Okay.
And that even though on the f file it's half open, it actually doesn't do very much, because there's the pressure on the d pawn and the tactics with the rook on d1 against the queen on d8, which makes it better on d1 than it is on f1.
Yeah, I can see that right away as well. Like, for example, if you take, let's say I'm very callous.
Yeah.
I go about my business in a very brutal manner. Knight takes, pawn takes. You can go queen g2. And when you go queen g2 check with your rook on d1, that would have been a very nice check. But now with the rooks actually closed in on h1, maybe this rook is just simply, as you say, not so effective. So we did see, in fact, Nepo recapturing with the h rook. And again, just a full stop in the position, and I'm just kind of curious why that is. I mean, to my mind, I see, obviously, the most obvious types of moves include d5, d4. That's always a tempo. Of course, I understand I'm chasing the bishop to h8, capturing on e4. Also, the rather sedate, placid queen c7, going for a3 and queen c3. These ideas are the ones that are going through my mind. But
with a little bit of a prayer, the knight f5 doesn't just make
exactly,
it, right?
exactly.
But that's how you have to play this position.
Right. Whether I include king h8 also to, as you say, avoid those checkmates, and they definitely exist. One of the things that I find attractive about this position for black is, e4 takes d5, great, it wins a pawn, wonderful. But then when the knight does get to the d6 square,
it's just a beautiful knight.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a really good-looking knight. So just to put something on the board, king h8, take the pawn, put the knight on d6, and well, that just takes care of that. Again, on a good day, I am eyeballing ideas of queen c7 and knight b5. And white has to Well, white sacrificed a pawn to pry open the G file, but he's not exploiting it.
Not yet, at least, right? And that's why I don't like the move e takes d5 as much.
Yasser, nicely said and done. But after king to h8, what if I go knight to d3?
I'm sorry. Sorry.
So you played king to h8, right?
Yes.
What if I go knight to d3?
Okay. Can I?
And I'm trying to stop you
see that.
exactly from what you just did, putting the knight on d6.
Well, in fact, you're just hitting the e5 pawn right away.
What if I take on e4?
Right.
What is a great idea?
Right, and these are the type of questions that we will need to answer. How is this endgame, right?
Well,
Because queen takes d2, sure, I'll take with the rook, then the bishop is coming to d4, the knight coming to f5. How is this endgame? How dangerous is this endgame?
I would be concerned now that maybe I had actually put my king in harm's way by putting it on this diagonal. I mean, it's still, it is an extra pawn for black at the moment.
But knight to c6?
Knight c6 wins a piece. This is what
might be a problem.
worries me about the position is that your pieces are actually extremely bad.
So I think you have to be very concrete with this position. Maybe knight to d6 and responding knight to c6 with knight to c4 in that endgame, the endgame that we just looked at. No, not this one, because right now I think I take on e5, right?
Okay, sorry.
So even at the end, like take on e5, we exchange the queens, and then you go knight to d6.
I see, not knight to g7.
And try to go for knight c4, but even now
I don't get a knight c6.
Right, knight c6, knight c4.
I take on e7.
You take on e7, and I'm in trouble. Yeah, that's basically what it is.
What a great life. Well, put it that way.
But if this doesn't work, then the position is very uncomfortable already.
Okay, so that is why
So you're saying knight d3 is an issue.
we understand the pause, at least.
Well, the pause was before bishop takes f1. He spent 30 minutes on bishop takes f1.
But he's paused even afterwards, right? I mean,
And another 10 minutes after that.
This is where we feel, as experienced players, that Alireza is uncomfortable. Because bishop takes f1, you have to take with the rook on h. There is no other move.
Right.
And then you go into another thing.
Right.
After a forced move. And that's where things feel like they're not flowing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you have the situation where your opponent has sacrificed a pawn, after a good thing. And then you took it. And then your opponent goes into a deep think again. Well, you took the pawn that was sacrificed. You had something in mind. You spent a long time capturing on f1, as you say, Christian. Then there was the recapture, and we're having an equally long...
And I was thinking, so king to h8.
Okay.
Because if this type of sacrifices work, then I feel Alireza might be in some serious trouble. So knight to d3.
Right.
What if you just defend that pawn with a move that you were also mentioning, queen to c7, right?
Right.
What if I take on e5 now?
Take on
e5.
E5?
Yes.
Did I hear that right? Ooh.
Bishop d4, followed by knight f5. And how much compensation do I have?
Scary.
It's scary. Whatever it is scary. But go ahead, as they say, execute.
So let's go knight to f5. Let's continue.
Okay. Now, I do understand that this is...
Queen h6 is coming as well.
Yeah, that was why I was kind of like prepping for rook to g6. So rook g8, I mean, do your worst. If you win your piece back on f6.
And now comes the question. I can also go something like e5.
Right.
And ask you where are you going to place your knight? Okay.
I jump.
It doesn't look that scary.
e6. E6, you're going to play f6, right? Or
bishop f6, actually, right?
I've got a lot of pieces over by my king now. I mean,
I
don't feel
like,
am I getting mated? I'm not even
really.
sure where the breakthroughs.
No.
Where the breakthrough? Well, there is a tempo, fortunately for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see the knockout blow.
Yeah, I don't quite see it. It does look scary, but not so clear to me that that's winning.
And that is the question that both players will have to answer.
Right.
Right? Because knight to d3, you have to contend with the fact that queen to c7 is just normal reply. And then if knight takes e5 doesn't work, then you kind of gave me a tempo.
Yep. Yeah. Well, definitely a super double-edged position. I really want to keep our eyes on that. We kind of lost a little bit the track of what was going on between Richard and Hikaru. Let's see where the players reached this ending. And we were saying old school would have said great advantage to white. Modern school says no. The defensive resources are simply excellent for black. That the double pawns on the queen side will actually have their say one day. In the meanwhile, what's going on here?
It almost feels like black's better.
Right? Just a second. Well, so the start I realized was knight a5, rook b8, and then I'm forced to face the music over here. And on a king c6, c5, b6, I slowly unwind. Black's pieces, especially his king, seem much more active. Dare I say no problems?
Nope.
I mean, the one thing I don't want to do, I don't want to give up the open d5.
No.
Then I feel like I'm definitely on the back foot.
Yeah.
And I'm not a happy camper.
On the other hand, black doesn't have a current threat, right?
Other than continuing his activity.
Pieces,
I mean,
Well, rook to d1 is a big threat.
yeah.
No.
Well, I'm just
from
saying
the original position that you don't need to defend the pawn.
That I have actually, as black, I have like 3 moves I'm just dying to play. I'm dying to play b7, b6, king e6, and a7, a5. I'd love to expand on the queen side slowly, but methodically, and to keep my pieces as active as possible. By the way, this construction with the pawn on g4 and the knight on g5 really makes this e4 pawn vulnerable.
It artificially isolates it. Because
Isn't it nice?
There's no good way to defend it with another pawn.
Right? I like that.
Yeah.
And guys, one
please.
question, because we do have some breaking news in the game between Dingley Ren and Fabiano.
Ooh.
Fabiano just sacrificed the pawn after a very long thing. 16 minutes on this decision alone. Rook to c8 was the move that he played, and we're actually headed towards a very similar position to what you guys discussed. The same setup for a black. Rook takes c8 is a real possibility. Queen takes b6, and now we get this structure with the move a4 and the queen coming to c2, potentially putting some pressure on the pawn on f2 after the move knight. Knight jumps to e4. But what if I just simply go b3 now?
But it's not exactly the same.
It's not exactly the same, exactly. And this is...
We looked at it with the rook on a8.
That's the big difference.
I
That's
allowed
the
you
big
to play
difference.
queen c2 immediately. I didn't let you play b3 at all in that construction.
Exactly. And right now, how do you defend? First of all, rook to a8 would make a lot of sense, but the problem is I can also just simply take, and you cannot take back with a rook because of queen to b8. That's a checkmate. If you do lose a tempo right now and make a luft for your king, I'm going to go a5 and save my pawn. That's not possible.
You probably take on b3, right?
So you take on b3, and then I take with the knight, and how is this position? I get it. You put the knight on e4, but what if I just go, push the pawn?
It does feel that this is very close to a draw.
Very close.
It is advantage
But
white.
yet very far away from it, because if you don't make something immediately, then I push the pawn, and then queen to b7 is coming, a6.
I mean,
what is your counter chance?
Well, exactly. You're pressing on f2, but if white, as you say, gets in those a5 moves, I mean, it's an extra pawn.
Exactly. You have to start calculating endgames after queen to c4, but queen to c4, sure, I take. Now you have to contend with f3 ideas, knight to c5 or knight to a5. It does seem like white is one move away from stabilizing and just enjoying for the rest of the game an extra pawn.
Nice.
And by the way, we're going straight into this variation. Ding was like, okay, show me the compensation. Where is it? I'm going to pick up the pawn. Show me the compensation.
Let's make some of our Duda fans happy. But before we do that, there you go. We've been waiting for this moment. I didn't want to spill the beans. Were you Batman or were you Robin? Zorro, of course. Shame on me.
Oh my God!
I love.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on, what's this?
This is
what is that?
I remember that night. I remember that night.
That was a good night. I don't know how you remember that.
What was that? What was that?
That's from the Last Airbender. It's a series. It's an anime series.
Isn't that Fireball? And you brought a lot of Fireball, the thing, the actual
How
thing.
old were you in the costume?
In the costume, I was actually in my 20s, like early 20s. But
Wow.
it was the only time I've like
No,
straightened my hair.
I think that was like 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
The photo's actually from an earlier one.
Oh,
But-
got it.
Yeah.
Wait, so you reused the costume?
Matt,
Oh, come on, Alejandro.
Filling the
What?
feed, you know,
It's
like
my birthday. You're making me look bad on camera. What kind of friends are these?
Oh my
34 years young. Congratulations. Very,
Happy
very,
birthday,
very, very, very
Happy
nice.
birthday.
We're proud of you. We just show your cake. Hopefully it's cheesecake or carrot cake. What did you choose?
Oh, I hope it's cheesecake. What is
All
this
right.
carrot cake?
To make our Duda fans happy, let's just jump in. Because when we left it, we had this nagging doubts that, you know, Timur just has given his opponent something with the advance on the queen side, c3, b4. And Timur took a very direct approach. He said, okay, let's trade some pieces. I'll play knight e7. Okay, said Duda, I'll double up your pawns. Accept it. In the meantime, while this bishop on b5 is under attack, what are you going to do? Well, I'll trade that. Okay. Now Black is saying, I am going to castle long, and I'm going to get an f7, pardon me, f6, f5. What are you going to do about that? Well, I'll try to stop you from playing f5, said Duda. Rook g8, king h1. There are some ideas here that queen h3 might have been disturbing, so that was the reason for king h1. Castles would take off that bishop. Now, obviously, we could get in like 2 quick tempi in a row. This would actually be, you know, a hook that we could sink our teeth into and try to open up the queen side. But in the meantime, other things are happening over here. So Duda played queen to f3, and then Timur played the most direct, most challenging f6, f5. And in the infamous words of Grandmaster Larry Evans, what you got here?
I assume that if white wants to prove any kind of advantage, you have to take the pawn.
Well, pretty much. You put your knight on h4 for some kind of reason. How are you going to take it? With the knight or with the pawn?
If I would take it with the knight, I think is you take back and you just go rook g5 at the end. And
I think in both cases I'm playing rook
you're playing
g5.
rook g5, right?
Right?
But I think in the other one, maybe you can get away with f6, and in this one, not
don't
so
wanna-
much, right?
So if you take with the pawn,
Yes.
I play rook g5, you play f6.
I don't
still
see
play-
another move because I'm not even going to consider g4. I mean,
Good for you. That is a king you're playing
Yeah.
with. You know, like that's a really, really dangerous.
But that forces the same position, basically.
Exactly.
yeah, I don't
looks,
really see a way to keep my.
You can try queen h3, but
but
queen h3, knight takes h4.
you have to take with the queen. But still, here I go queen f5. You're not really. You're not really
I'm unhappy
taking.
here.
Yeah.
By the way, maybe I can start with rook g8.
You can even start with
Yeah.
the rook g. Yeah, I don't feel like white's better.
I'm afraid that there might even be some,
Yeah.
you know, like
Might be in trouble.
Yeah, I just wanted to show people a pattern. I once felt, I think everybody has fallen for this pattern once in their lives. And it's the old getting mated on the night. Now you can see that this is a Seirawan trap. And oops, suddenly you're mated down the H file. I'll be gosh darn. It sure feels like f6, f5.
But this is the
solves
pattern,
the issues.
guys.
But
This
I
is the
don't-
pattern
Please,
for
Christian.
Timur's games. He
Yeah.
gets worse out of the opening. He gets clobbered on the clock, and then he comes back.
What is the clock
With like
situation?
very precise moves, and this is exactly what we're seeing from Timur right now. And it does seem like perhaps he just equalized.
Right.
F5 forces this trade-off. Knight takes f5, and if you don't want to be worse after he takes f5, rook g5, and have to contend with all those mating threats, maybe you just have to take with the queen, exchange the queens, and call it a day.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is what he's supposed to do, and he saves another very difficult position, it seems like. Or at least he's on his way to saving it.
And
yeah.
just to continue the thought, how does he save the day?
So
I
rook
see
to g5.
right?
And we play f4.
I see.
And I assume you
No,
play...
no. Perhaps I don't
take
want
on
to
F1,
take.
take on E5. D3 is hanging at the end.
Ah, thank you.
That should work as well. Maybe even rook to E1. Taking on F4 and rook to E1, maybe even that works. Rook to E8, sorry. I'm getting a lot of compensation. So not taking on F5, but this seems to be working.
No, just
Yeah, just take on F5.
why am I looking for compensation? No, take on F5, right? It doesn't work for white.
I'm just trying to. There's a lot of scraggly looking pawns on the board. D3, as you mentioned, is under fire. F7 is under fire. Rook takes F7. Rook takes D3. G4. Rook takes C3. And
I feel like
no problem.
You're trying to.
I'm trying to go King G2 and H4, but overplaying the hand. Well, very good for Timur, and our apologies if we've been a little bit harsh on his opening play.
It looks like he's solved his problems.
He certainly feels that. Again, I just want to turn to the game of Ding Liren versus Fabi. Again, this is such a huge matchup. We started our show, and we kind of said that, yeah, this is such a tough tournament, you can lose one game.
Yes.
But you can't lose two.
It's been done before, but it was the world
Very,
champion.
yeah, it was very, very, very rare. Ding has already lost one game. So he definitely cannot lose this game, and he can't lose it to such a key rival. Now, on the other hand, Fabi with the black pieces, he's sitting there saying, okay, I'm tied for first. A victory over Ding or a draw with Ding, these are really two very, very, very nice results. He sacrificed a pawn for what we think is counterplay.
Yes, it's
How do
obvious.
how do you rate the odds of this position?
I mean, I saw, unfortunately,
the
behind
engine?
Christian. Well, behind
Oh,
Christian,
you
I saw
got-
the engine
Uh,
when he was showing us the lines, and it was giving something like +1, which is a lot more than I was thinking. I was thinking
half of one.
half of one, if that.
Right?
Yeah,
Or maybe a third of one?
maybe a third. I mean, black is so active.
I like white.
I like white, but
Don't trust this engine too much.
Okay,
Right?
I mean-
Also,
I mean,
look
my-
at it from like a practical lens,
my
a human's lens.
practical expectation is that black holds this without any problems.
Okay. And
Well, without problems, that's a stretch in my opinion.
and
That's my prediction.
And why? Because Christian made a very obvious move. He said the pawn on A4. The
me, my
pawn on
research-
A4 actually kills the majority. So if I can play the move B3 and activate my majority,
I'm with you there. The problem will be, can you win with your rook stuck on F1?
no. One day I'm going to have to solve the F2 issue. Yeah.
And that's going to be my question.
But it's not going to get
How
stuck.
do you,
That's the thing. It's not going to be stuck there. Because once I get the pawn to A5 and it's protected by the queen on B4, you don't have a clear way to attack it, then I'm going to go knight to C5 and eliminate the knight to on E4, which I would assume you're going to go to.
Yes.
So let's just push the pawn for the moment.
I put my queen on.
Okay. Just
I guess you try to improve your position as well. Let's go A5.
and
I put the queen on like A2 or B2. I'm not really sure.
And now I go knight to C5.
I'll put it on B2 then.
Well, if you put it on B2, he's still going to go queen B6, right?
Maybe I go even A6 at this point. I'm not
I
100%
thought
sure.
you were going to do. You were mentioning this earlier. And
I
it
get
looked
it,
pretty
Yasser,
convincing.
but how about I go for promotion already? I'm greedy. At this
You
point,
put
I'm
the pawn
getting
on
greedy.
A7 and you put the queen on B8, and life is good, huh?
Let's try
Okay.
to go for promotion.
He's making a valid point. He's making a very, very valid point, Alejandro.
Now you probably have to swing to A2, but then I go queen to B7, and then there's going to be some sort of a dance once again. Knight to D6, queen to C6, and who knows where we're going to stand after that.
But it still feels like this knight will one day land on C5.
Yeah, not so easy.
Not easy,
No,
not
so
easy.
yeah.
Tom, also known as Firouzja Nakovian, says knight B1 isn't completely untoward either. I mean, you put your pawn on A4, you want to put your knight on E4. If I could play knight B1 to C3 in a go.
So what about queen to B8 right now?
Queen?
Queen to B8, I have rook to C1 at the end. So you take, and now you don't actually have to defend on B2, you go rook to C1.
This,
Followed
I
by
think,
rook
is
to
a
C2,
dream.
this is
Yeah,
actually
that's a
bad.
dream, right? You get
Yeah,
rook to
because
C2,
then
is
I
bad
will
start marching.
come on over
Yeah.
and then I'll tickle.
Bad news.
That
Yeah.
looks
Bad news.
So queen to b8 is not working. If that doesn't work, by the way, queen to b4 was played.
Which I assume after queen c2 would just be a transposition.
It's a
and-
transposition.
And I don't see another move that's not queen c2.
Exactly.
So it's pretty much the same.
Except, it's very much the same if you play queen c2 and I then follow it up with b3. But again, under the influence of
But now
our
knight to e4
producer.
once again.
What?
Knight to e4,
Knight to c3?
and I take.
Yeah.
How is that endgame?
Let's have a quick
Take,
look.
take.
Oh,
Rook
this
to
is just a draw.
b8.
Yeah, you go rook
I'm
b8.
not so sure.
No, you go rook b8.
Of course.
That draw, right?
Whoa.
You still have to make a luft, Yasser. So rook to b3. You're one move away.
I do.
Yeah.
Who's gonna
You
play
make a luft,
C4?
I make a luft,
Checkmate.
and then, yeah,
Rook.
you're the one that gets
Yeah, I
checkmated
don't know
first.
how it works.
I was going to go here. You were going to take. Oh no. So yeah, you're saying that I have to respect the back rank checkmate, and we're just simply in a 5 versus 5 dead draw rook.
That draw rook. Yeah.
Got it. All right.
So queen b4,
Wow.
queen c2, we still expect b3 after that. We also expect queen c2. I really don't see that many moves here.
No.
No.
And I just don't like any of those variations where you go queen b8 and
No.
give up the c file. All right, keeping our eye on that one, and then again, let's see what has happened with our youngster.
The youngster thought for a very, very long time, down to 47 minutes. He actually has half the amount of time that Nepo
Wow.
does. And thought forever, play the move a3, an important inclusion in this position. In some ways, the move isn't obvious because after the move b3, which I assume is the move for white, you do take control as white of the square c4,
Right.
which could be relevant in a lot of these knight d6 variations. On the other hand, like in chess happens very often, when you gain the control of one square, you lose the control of the other. The fact that c3 is weakened can be exploited in more than one line. For example, just very quickly, if you play the move queen c7 here, I'm not saying it's a good
Yeah,
move.
sure.
Just to put the example that you could take on d5,
Yep.
and I can start looking at variations of directly taking with the knight. And they might not work, you never know, but you start looking at them, right? Queen
Exactly.
takes there, you go queen c3, I don't know if I want to throw in rook d8. And yeah, here you have knight d3 and it's still defense, but the idea is that there will be variations in which you have to watch out for this.
No question about it. From my point of view, when I see the move a2, a4, a3, it's always like who's delivering where with the mostest, like who's getting there fastest, right? Now, if I am required to play b3, then the move a3 is an automatic. But the question is, do I have to play a3? Like in the worst case, I can imagine that your pawn is going to capture on b2 and you're going to go queen a5. So let me just throw something
that's
out
pretty
there.
bad.
Well, let me just throw something out there. I'll
All
play
right.
knight b3. You take.
All right.
And now I've got a free hand to, whoops, knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4 is a big issue,
That's
right?
not a big free hand. Okay, so we're going to go here.
Okay.
With the idea that knight f5 and queen g2.
All right, and if I go knight d6 here, and I say I'm going to get there first,
We shake hands after queen g5 check.
Jesus.
Good morning,
Good
Alejandro.
morning, Alejandro. Good morning, St. Louis. Happy birthday
Thank
to
you
you.
very much.
And we're going to give you 2 more presents.
Knight d6, what a move.
Knight d6. Yeah.
Yeah, it's compelling, right?
So-
I am a little scared of knight d6, knight c4. I probably should throw in some kind of defensive measure first.
So we'll start with bishop h6 instead of capturing.
I wonder if it changes very much. I can take on b2. You do have queen g5, but it is not mate.
That is not mate. But my intention was
Go ahead.
to
Get here.
honor the move a3 b2 with knight b3.
And maybe I have to go king h8 then.
Okay, so we've got. Well, the position just blowed up again
It really
completely
has. It really has.
on us, and we're struggling for understanding. Christian, help us.
A3 does seem to be a good move,
right.
but as good as it can get at this point, you're already much worse, it seems like, with the black pieces.
Really?
A3, B3, just simple like that. Queen to C7, follow it up with E takes D5. You cannot take on D5 right now, so that's not That's out of the question right now. So what do you do? How do you play this position? The most natural way for me is to go rook to d8. The problem is rook to d8 after knight to f5, you're in some sort of trouble. You always have to lose this tempo with the move king to h8, but then I just simply take, and we get into these type of positions in which
that's a nasty pin.
It's a nasty pin. Am I a pawn up? No, I'm not a pawn up yet, but it does feel like I have the more prospects for an attack as well as for a better structure later on. Imagine an endgame. If you lose this pawn on b4, this one drops on a3 as well. Right. That's going to be bad news for your whole structure on the king side. So the situation looks quite dire, I have to say, for the young man. And another thing is...
To our question,
yes,
right?
yes.
Because we did think, well, start with bishop h6. We don't really...
So you want to start with bishop h6
Well, that's what
right
we're
now.
analyzing. Yes.
Yeah. And how would it go?
Right. This one doesn't seem to be as compelling.
Because?
This is already apparently an advantage for black.
Wow, the exchange sack.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm giving you the exchange. My king side, once the exchange is being taken, is going to be completely secured. Yeah. With the bishop on f8, I'm controlling the g7 square with two pieces, so this knight is ready to go.
Don't take that rook, right? Like,
you're not taking the rook.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do, right? Because knight f5, I always want to play, but knight takes e4 is such an issue. That's a big problem. Yeah,
showstopper.
So you look at these positions, and we know the pattern of allowing the pawn on b2 acting as a shield for the white king, but actually it's not, because it weakens these very important a3 and c3 squares.
Right.
And the way my knights are positioned right now, they're primed to get to that c3 square, and this is going to come with devastating consequences. So you look at the position, you start looking at all these variations, and then you understand that the other side of the coin, allowing this weakness on b2 and all these ideas with queen to c7 followed by queen to c3, it's the better evil, let's say, than just allowing black to take on b2. I think this is what, and by the way, as I was speaking, he just played b3. This is on the board.
I like b3 the more I analyze the position with you guys. It's one of those moves that the more you see the position, the more you understand it. What is the purpose of both sides' attack? Is to get to the opponent's king. And I feel that it's much harder for black to do so in the structures with the pawn on b3 than with this pawn shield on b2. And the reason that I say that is the positioning of the knights. That if the knight gets to c3 in a position where you have a pawn on b2,
it's devastating.
It's devastating. With the pawn on b3, the current structure in the game, I hide my king on a1.
And you might win an exchange, but you don't kill me.
You don't kill me, and that's very important. Whereas I'm going to try to kill you on the king side. I like the move b3 very much. I think it's a very logical approach to this position. I didn't realize that the engine was giving such a big advantage to Nepo already.
Me either, not at all.
I'm a little shocked because Cristian said a3 was a good move.
Right, so that kind of compels you to thinking, oh, black's in there with the shout.
So,
guys, it's not that clear. It's not that clear. Like the engine, in one move, it gives you a decisive advantage. The other one, he understands. Next move, he understands that is not that bad. So for example, right now, queen to c7, it's only like plus 0.7. If you let it think for another 5 minutes, maybe it's going to drop, maybe it's going to increase. So let's not trust fully what the engine is saying right now. It still remains a very complicated and complex position. Nevertheless, as we get closer to the time situation, the time control, the second time control, 1 hour and 25 minutes against 45 minutes, we should definitely keep an eye on their time expenditure, because Ali Reza, in this complex battle, if he gets down on time against a fast player, probably one of the fastest players on the planet, Jan Nepomniachtchi, well, Jan, and we've seen what happened to Ding when he was down on time. Jan was putting tremendous pressure, tremendous practical pressure, maybe not finding the most precise moves, nevertheless asking the most difficult questions when you look at the time situation as well. So this is what I'm seeing. This is the trend that I'm seeing right now. Something major has to happen for Ali Reza to make Jan think for a very long time right now. And I think the other flip of the coin is not looking as bright for the young Frenchman.
I just want to echo the very sentiments I was saying about the Ding-Lirin-Fabiano game. Jan wins this game. He jumps to +2. He knocks a key rival right out. It gives him a big fat 0, his first loss. and maybe doubles his own chances of winning the event.
Right,
so,
because
huge game for Jan.
Let's be realistic. At this point already, with an hour and some being thought, Fabiano's not winning today.
No.
We think that
He'll hold the
he
draw.
might
But
hold
what
the
if he
draw,
loses?
But what if he loses?
Right.
Because he is playing in a 2-result game. What if he loses and then Dinglinger gets to 2, Fabiano's stuck at 2, Alireza is stuck at 1.5, and suddenly Nepo at 3?
Exactly.
That would be huge.
I'm back. And we have a social media question.
And let's take a look. Join the fray here on our conversation on social media. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube. We are on Twitter at St. Louis Chess Club. And from Sean McCulley. What do you think of the candidates adopting the American Cup format of double elimination knockout?
Wow.
That's a big question.
Okay. I would just, my knee jerk was, I love the American Cup
was
format.
Fun. It was so fun.
It's really, it was really wonderful entertainment. I think it's the best chess show that you can get for the format that we could present.
For the candidates, though.
For the candidates, where you're playing for the World Championship, for the pinnacle of a player's career. Like, when you think of a great player like Boris Galpin, and you say, Boris, what was your pinnacle of your career? You said, well, I was playing for the World Championship match. And, well, how did you do that, Boris? Well, I won the candidates. If he had won the candidates from an American Cup style format, it might have a feeling of lucky, a roulette type of a situation.
Right.
I'm saying I loved the event as a format. Maybe it's not what you need for the World Championship.
And to remind those viewers that did not follow the American Cup, it was a double elimination tournament in which, if you went through the winner's bracket, you kept playing classical chess. But if you dropped to the elimination or loser's bracket, as it's called commonly on other esports, you actually changed time controls. You went into rapid, and all throughout you were playing tie breaks to determine who moves forward, whether it was in classical or where you were in elimination and rapid. There were always tie breaks. They went all the way down to 10+5, and then you got to Armageddon. And truly, Armageddons are fun, they're exciting, they're awesome, but do you really want to determine the candidate to the World Championship match in Armageddon?
Right.
That I am not so sure about. Actually, I am. You don't.
You don't.
You really don't.
I just feel like, this one, it's a marathon. It's the hardest chess tournament. You're seeing the kind of efforts that the players are putting in. The America's Cup was just a lot of fun, condensed fun, and adapted from online gaming, right?
It depends on how much of a purist you are, right? And it does feel like for the World Championship cycle, you need to stay at least a bit of a purist. The American Cup was indeed fun, but I don't want to determine who the candidate is from 2 time controls. So if we're talking about mini matches, sure, let's do mini matches and let's drop to the elimination bracket, but keep it the same time control. Nevertheless, logistically, that doesn't really work. It's very difficult to run a tournament like that. I like the American Cup with the Rapid and the Armageddons, but we did have Fabiano Caruana just winning against Jeffrey Chung and knocking him out. When Jeffrey, all he had to do was finish his last move, and he would have been in a completely crushing position, getting the second time control and the increment and winning that match, actually. So anything could have happened. That was kind of a gamble. Quite a flip coin that was, at least that moment, and we had a couple more in that particular event. I just feel like we need to keep the prestige going for the World Championship cycle. So let's keep it as it is. Or if you want to do the mini match, keep it on the same time control.
Agreed wholeheartedly. Not to flog the horse, but for me, I always, a big shout out to our friends at Norway Chess. I love that competition where you play a round robin, but in case of a draw, you play an Armageddon to get an extra half a point. By the same token, hey, why not decide the candidates with an Armageddon on every draw? Now, for us, that might be really, really exciting. But for the players, it might feel like they've really brought down the prestige of the event by making that format change. All right. Entertaining for us, but maybe not for the players. You had a comment that you want to take us. Alejandro, please.
Let's take a look at chess. I wanted to have you ask you a question about the game between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana. So
Let's jump into it.
Ding Liren did play the move b3
As
currently.
expected.
Yes, Fabiano is thinking currently. I don't think that the move takes on b3 can really be replaced with anything. So I think a takes b3 is coming on the board.
Yeah.
You cannot take with the queen. You take with the knight. Exactly. So we're going to be taking with the knight on b3.
Yep.
I would assume the knight hops to e4 the moment you can.
Yep.
I really think f3 is a terrible move because it allows knight c3, and you are really suffering there.
Wow. When you play a move like f3, you really have to be aware of the consequence of what you're doing. You're leaving behind a real weakness. So we
looked at a4, but I was wondering, how do you evaluate the move knight c5 in this position immediately? You just go immediately knight c5. You say, that's an important knight on e4.
It surely is.
Let me just take it away while I can, so I don't allow the move rook c8 first.
Okay, so let's take the
knight, and I take with the queen.
So you're going to go into the straight rook ending.
And that was my question. How would you feel about this rook endgame as black? Because I do have a rook behind a pawn and an extra one.
Yeah, but I'm thinking that if my king gets quickly to c6, then I'll just, excuse me. If my king gets quickly to c6, and then I quickly play rook to a, I'll win one of the pawns back. I mean, it's a race.
You wouldn't be worried.
I calculate it, but yeah, I don't think I'd be worried. I mean, intuitively, I would think, I got that.
Right.
I'm safe.
So perhaps something that Fabiano is considering at this point is calculating out this endgame just in case that it is losing.
And by the way, we saw such a remarkable piece of calculation from Hikaru Nakamura in his ending and of round 3, I want to say. So it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever that Fabi is calculating precisely these types of endings. Although, again, knight c5 is not required by
No,
white.
by any means, right?
And the move that Cristian was laying on the board, a4, a5, is quite the challenge as well. Again, we'll keep our eye on this. I wanted to go back because Hikaru's game is full of vim and vigor here. What's going on? Strange things have happened. Okay, let's try to break this down first. When we left this position, this was the knight g5, and the one move we did not want to play was rook e2, when we thought that with the move rook d8, it was quite clear to our eyes that black had the advantage. So Richie said, well, guess what? I've got a real nice way of capturing your queen side. I'll play knight to a5. If you touch your b pawn, I got knight takes e6. Don't even think about taking my e pawn. Oops, I got you in a pin. So what did Hikaru do? Did Hikaru play rook b8? Did Hikaru do something else to threaten e pawn? No, of course not. He played h4. It's like, what? Okay. So both players are really upping the ante with these moves. Now, from Black's point of view, if Black could actually play the move h3, that really hobbles White's king side somewhat dramatically. Now, it's clear, or pretty obvious, I should say, that after knight takes b7, rook b8, Black is going to recapture this pawn on b2, and thanks now to these pawns being on g4 and a, creating luft might not be as easy as before. So, Richard did not capture the pawn on b7. Rather, he played the rather crafty move rook d3. Now, from Richard's point of view, Richard is ready to capture this pawn and meet the move rook b8 with rook b3. So, what on earth was Hikaru going to do? He can't defend the pawn with rook b8 because rook b3, knight takes e4 is still verboten. c5. What a remarkable move. What's the idea behind that move? Well, if knight takes b7, rook to b8, let me put it on the board. It's not like I can't do this. And oops, that move c5, c4 is a very, very unpleasant tickle. And again,
So keep going, Yasser.
Oh.
How does the line go? So let's say rook b4.
so I assume I'm going to go c5.
Okay,
was
rook
pretty
b5.
I think I just
And I'm
take
going
on
to take on
e4.
e4. Yeah.
Knight d6, you're going to be meeting that with rook to
Knight
d8.
d6, rook d8, you're
Is
going to
that-
be a little unhappy about life in general.
I do have check and knight e3.
Yeah, but
Knight
I
on
think by this
f5.
point, it's
I'm
pretty
sure
clear,
it's
right?
going to be holding
I mean,
on. No. Black's pieces are the ones active. And
Yeah.
this is, by the way, one of those really funny moments where I forgot the opponent's name of Tigran Petrosian was one of those, really, really difficult names and really hard ones to remember. But I do remember Tigran playing a move like c3 in a moment like this.
What was the point?
I don't think it necessarily
That-
works too much in this particular case because I just simply take. Right?
Knight takes e4, knight takes c3 was the idea. Okay, but
I think
this-
right now white is playing for equality.
bingo. That's what I wanted to say.
I think this is what it boils down to.
Yeah, I think knight
Is-
takes b7 starts inviting complications that I have no business being part of.
But if you don't play knight takes b7, then your demonstration, if you will, on the queen side is why did you go knight to
Well-
c4 to a5?
I felt it was in some ways a tempo because
Okay.
c5 does need to be played. And it's not like you're threatening b6 every time, right? Because b6, knight c6 still picks up a7. Depending on where my rook is and stuff like
Yep.
that. For example, right now the rook can swing to a3 at the end of that variation.
H3 was played,
And-
guys.
I actually
H3
like that
was
move a
played.
lot. I was looking at this move because h3, A creates loft, and B, if you take on h3, oh wait, if you take on h3, I cannot go f4. Never mind. Because
cannot
now you
because I
take
take
on
on
e4.
e4. Yeah.
Let's
You
put
take
that
on
on the
e4
board.
and then f5 is coming.
So he's taking on h3 already, f4, and if I take on e4, rook e3, I do pin your knight, but because my pawn is already on f4 instead of on f2, after you defend your knight, well, you're actually loving your knight.
Your best move, f4, f3,
But how
cannot be played.
How do we feel about? Okay, my question was answered. Knight takes b7. I was going to ask, not taking on h3, but he did take on h3. So we
He
have,
took on
GH is
yeah,
playing
he took gh.
GH on the board.
Yes.
And
Well, my king is breathing a sigh of relief almost. It feels
kind of, yeah, like void. That pawn on g4 was a kind of a juicy one. Okay, well, let's just continue play here for just a moment.
Yeah, I think b6 is very logical now that I have the feeling after b6, knight c6, king e6, I don't want to take on a7. It's so far away from the rest of the game.
But may I have a spoiler perspective for just a second? Takes push, right? Now, if you push, I give you a check. You move your king, let's say here, and I drop in.
Okay, I go king e2.
Okay. So I give you a hakasito.
I don't have king d3 because of rook d2.
I'm going to be eating a lot of pawns. I don't know. King d3, rook check.
King c4 only move. It is a knight,
Yeah, it's true. It is a knight, isn't it?
right? It is a lot of pawns. Not that many pawns, only two.
But wait a minute. Your king, hold on. Your king is going to be on the queen side.
Okay.
Your knight is... So I'm thinking of a move like rook d4 check and f4, and I'm trying to get you to play rook takes f4 so that I'll have the passed f pawn.
But even then, my knight gets back on time, right?
Is it that fast? Oh my gosh. This help me out here, Christian.
For
Am I
example,
barking
rook
up?
d4, king b3.
Okay.
Am I
king b3.
barking up a completely?
F4,
So okay,
rook takes e4.
don't go to b5, right? We understand that.
No, okay.
What? Don't do what?
Don't go king b5 because rook b4 is made.
Oh well, yeah, that's a pretty one. I mean, I
Or
should.
a6 or whatever.
It's not that pretty. If a6 is made as well as rook b4, then it's just ugly. Plain ugly. Now, f4, unfortunately, I think I'm going to stop myself and say rook e1 is a move. But here I was thinking, like, how fast is this?
It's pretty fast for white, actually. Knight c4, and you go knight e3. This knight is really good. It's very hard for black to actually do anything.
And by the way, you can improve your
position. The moment
position.
you get to e5, I go knight g4.
Yes, sir. You can improve your position by playing rook to b4 first, and kicking the king all the way to a3. But even that doesn't help you much.
Yeah, the thing is, you do end up losing a knight, right?
And I was thinking rook to b4 just to try to make work this idea. King to a3, and now b5, right?
Well,
b5 knight.
Or like f4, take on e4, and then b5 to stop the knight from going to c4. But I have another square now that my king is on a3. That is b3.
But dude, how many pawns have I got here? Just a second.
Not enough.
Not really.
Not enough.
Many, yeah.
No way.
What? Just a second. What?
No way. No.
Your king is way over on a3.
But I'm not exchanging the rooks, Yasser. I'll go rook.
I don't know. If you go super greedy and you take on e4, are you really drawing this because of the weakness on h3? Knight takes b7, like super greedy.
Wow.
I'm catching that.
You're
e2, knight d3, king f5.
You're within.
No, this cannot work. There's
no way, right? No.
Okay. It crossed my mind, and we do have, by the way, b7, b6, which is a much more natural, realistic move. But as we try to decipher what's going on, we invite you to join our panel and open it up with a question for discussion. Alejandro.
Let's take a look at what we have from the internet, from Jacob. In that Spanish endgame, does the trade of knights hurt or help white's winning chances? That's an excellent question. I would say, in general, it helps.
White's winning chances?
White's winning chances, because black's knight is slightly more powerful than white's knight ends up being in this position.
The more pieces you trade, the better it is for white.
Yeah, for white
because of the structure.
Because in this particular endgame, the knight on g5 ends up attacking more targets than the knight on a5. If you can see the position on the board right now, after the move b6, knight c6 check.
Yep. We've got tags, b6, knight c6 check. Yes, please.
We can put the position on the board.
Yeah.
This knight is kind of trapped. I mean, the knight is about to fulfill its last useful function, which is to take on a7. And if it doesn't take on a7, the knight, it's not very happy.
Right?
It's not a very happy knight. Yeah.
And it's like one of those, it's time to bail with a check and hope you can get out with a perpetual.
But I don't think you do, actually.
But the answer to the question was, it's favorable for white to have the knights off the board.
Yes.
And you felt that was the case because the knight on g5 is actually
better.
Yeah. Okay.
So how do we feel about it? Because, by the way, this is the position we currently have on the board right now. How do we feel about this position? Who is putting more pressure on their opponent? Knight to d8, king to e5? I don't see that going anywhere for white.
Exactly. I just wanted to say that I personally would find it easier to play black.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking that the knight on g5 is a very good, very active piece. The king on e6 is more active than its counterpart. The rook on d3 is better than the rook on h8. But the rook on h8 hasn't even moved.
It's ready to go to g8. I'm not sure whether the rook on d3 will have more prospects than the rook on h8 right now.
But
if you take on a7, rook to a8.
Yeah, but if I can ever get somehow get a situation where the rook on h8 finds a very active square, then black is going to be the one for choice. And by the way, e4 is a very big nibble at the moment.
Look, this is a very interesting
but the question was more like this. If you could grab both knights and just take them off the board right now, as white, would you do it?
Oh, instantly.
100%, right?
Yeah, right.
100%.
Oh, instantly.
So, I mean, I go f4, first of all. Imagine no knights. I go f4. I'm playing for a win already.
Yeah. That's what I feel as well.
Guys, we're going to spend some time on this one, but the other one is Catching Fire, the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ali Reza, because you remember, at this point after b3, 1 hour and 25 minutes, 47 minutes for Ali Reza, right? And I was saying that, look, the position does look easier to play, at least for the next few moves for white. You just take on d5 and you wait. It's black who has to find the plan to improve his pieces right now. And this is what Ali Reza spent his time on. 10 minutes on the move king to h8 down to last 37 minutes. E takes d5 instantaneously played by Jan Nepomniachtchi from 125 to 124. Knight to d6 Another 6-7 minutes on this one. And by the way, this seems to be just a big mistake, allowing the capture on the pawn on b4, which, yeah, he spent 3 minutes on it. 1 hour and 20 minutes still for Jan. Down to his last 27 minutes for Ali Reza with 13 moves to go in this wild position. His chances are not looking good. And by the way, the engine is saying that black is completely busted.
Yeah,
it's really bad for
that's
black.
Not surprising at all.
Yeah.
I mean, why did he give up his pawn?
You invite me to take up your pawns? Sure, I'll take them. I mean, where's your compensation? I understand you're kicking the queen away, maybe rook to b8. I don't probably want to take on a3 because the knight to b5 is coming on the board. But for example, after rook to b8, I drop back the queen. If you do go knight to b5, I go c4. I free up my king, and then it doesn't feel like I have any sort of problems. You still have this big weapon on a3.
True.
Keeping me hostage on the queen side. But other than that, what else do you have?
I mean, you're gonna lose that
black
too.
right now.
Right.
I'm completely at a loss of words. I think black's position is just completely busted.
This is us right now because I mean. That's an important pawn.
It's huge pawn. By the way, I mean, I like what you said that you maintain the weapon on a3. It's knight c4.
Knight c4 picks up the bishop pawn. Yeah, we can show that on perhaps we can show it on our board, Yasser. No, if you take on a3, because Yasser smelled one pawn, he smelled the second pawn.
You wanted to take this one as well.
I saw queen takes a3, and I actually got stuck after knight b5, queen b2.
But knight c4 actually.
But knight c4 is the nice fight.
It actually picks up more than that, right?
It's not even winning for black.
What?
This is not winning. I go queen a6.
Queen a6?
You take on e3, and then we just play this position after d6. It's still not over. Black is slightly better, but you do have to find some very precise moves. So you're not even.
But queen a3
it's a wild position.
Queen a3 is absolute insanity.
Nobody's
of
gonna take
course.
on
Rook b8, you definitely go back somewhere. I was even thinking.
I like queen e1.
I like queen e1 because it's away from the knights.
Why not?
Exactly, and you're going to play knight. I mean, you're some pawns up. You start trading pieces down.
I mean,
knight
but
f5,
the thing is, queen e1, bishop h6 is humongous threat.
Queen takes e5. Oh yes. No,
but
play
guys,
on one
Nepo
goal.
is just blitzing out his moves right now.
By the way, once again, once again, I want to say that earlier, right here is where I just said, look, guys, I just have to say this. Nepo is thrilled and delighted.
That's his style.
This is his style. He loves this kind of chaotic, and the fact that Firouzja began to burn his clock more and more and more, just inflames Nepo, and right now he is on a roll.
Rook to c8 was played.
And rook c8, not rook b8, rook c8.
I wanted to point out that Anish Giri actually did a nice recap of some of the games that have been played so far, and I took a look at his recap very briefly, and he was mentioning that part of prep in modern days, it doesn't involve so much getting an advantage necessarily by force against your opponent the way it used to be, that you just play the strong prep no matter who sits in front of you and you get a very good position. Chess doesn't really work that way anymore. We have so many positions in which we realistically get an equal position, but there's equal and you're really trying to prepare against your opponent stylistically. What kind of positions do I want to get against which opponent?
Bingo.
And this one, as we feel, goes straight into a Nepo territory, like straight into the complications, straight into the mess that Nepo really, really thrives in.
Exactly.
And if I have to say, you get this Najdorf against Nepo specifically,
you don't play it.
I mean, you have to know it super well.
Right. Like, okay, there were a lot of positions in chess that I really liked a lot, especially when I was white in some really complicated Nimzo Indians. And I would never allow Michael Tal to play them against me.
Right.
I would want to play them against Jan Timman. I'd want to play them against Robert Hubner, Artur Yusupov, all of these other players. But I don't want to give my opponent a position that suits him stylistically. And obviously, Anish is absolutely right. You want to guide the game into a play where there is play, but also where it's antagonistic towards your opponent. Your opponent doesn't like technical positions or doesn't like very, very sharp positions. Sharp positions is what Nepo thrives on.
Guys,
Yes, Christian.
first of all, Nepo could do himself a lot of good today with a victory and a potential loss by Fabiano Caruana. We don't know exactly what's happening in that one, but Fabiano is definitely under tremendous pressure. Now, with the last move, Rook to C8, which was just played, Nepo right now has a crushing +6 advantage.
Wow.
6?
It's over. The game is over if he manages to calculate precisely all the way until the end. Bishop to B6, and this is the key. You have 2 squares for the queen. If you go to D7, the very natural square, queen to E1, and there's no way to defend the pawn on E5. Once this pawn drops, the game is over because I'm getting to your king.
That's not
If you
hard.
go E4, the game is over because you open up the
Wow.
diagonal bishop to D4.
You cannot do that.
You cannot do that. So the only move is knight to G4. You're never going to play this. I follow it up with H3, kick the knight away. It's over, busted. So once the bishop comes to B6, if he plays it, Alireza will have to play queen to E8.
Okay.
Be ready to defend after queen to E1
Rook
with knight to
takes F6.
D7. But
Even that looks busted.
now I have rook takes F6, exactly.
Oh my word.
You cannot take because I just simply take on F6. That's very easily
B5,
calculable. Knight to B5 has to be played, right?
But D6?
It's still complicated,
Oh, I don't
let's
have
say,
enough
at least
pieces.
visually.
I don't have enough pieces.
I took
Let's
3.
go.
You took a lot of pieces.
Let's go.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, knight to
Sure.
move, right?
King to A1, and
no,
we
you
get this
mentioned it.
position. It's
Yeah,
completely
I did
over,
mention this, right?
busted.
This is important.
Take. I get a queen. How many pieces? I'm a piece
I'm up
up.
a piece. You're up a piece
You're
up.
not checkmating me anytime
even
soon.
close.
It's not bug house.
This is
That
over.
would be good.
Right?
If he sees bishop to B6, this idea, I think this is the hidden idea.
Wow.
Queen to E1, drop. If he sees bishop B6 followed by queen to B1, and it all comes down to the consequences, right? You do understand that you want to open up this diagonal. This is what you're looking at for for like the last 5 moves, 6 moves or so. Now, you do understand that after bishop to B6, not only that you attack the queen, but you're also, as a consequence, opening up the E file. And then you drop back with the queen. Dropping back with the queen comes natural, right? Because some sort of ideas after knight to C4 and opening up this diagonal discovery attacks are coming on the board. So you have to be aware of that.
Right.
Dropping the queen makes sense. But if you couple it with this idea of also opening up the E file, the game is over. The game unlocks itself and the game is over. Bishop to B6 finishes the game.
By the way, the reason why I find myself drawn to the move bishop b6 is not just because I always look at the forcing moves first, but I ask myself the question is, why did you play rook c8? Oh, I know you played rook c8 so you could play queen c7.
Bishop B6 on the board.
And attack my pawn on c2. So if I play bishop b6, you don't get to play queen c7.
It's
And
not-
that's why I find myself attracted to that move.
You see it kind of instantly, actually.
Right?
It's a very logical move to open the E file and hit the queen.
And
He's crushing him right now.
this changes everything
The
in
whole
terms of the
tournament.
odds. The
whole
odds just
tournament.
went kapoof.
Whoa.
And our number 2 seed is really, really, really in big trouble.
Right. Well, he's grabbing this early lead. He did so last year as well.
Right?
And
But
let's
then-
see if he nurses it, because last year we also had a crucial early round between Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana, which proved to be crucial for the final standings of that
Exactly.
tournament.
It's very reminiscent of what happened to Vishy Anand after he lost his first match against Magnus Carlsen. He came back and destroyed the next candidate.
True.
It's true.
Yeah, that's true.
This is what I'm seeing from Nepo right now. Some sort of a surge of confidence. He's like, I faced the final boss. I can deal with you guys right now. And this is exactly what he's showing off, especially in this game against Alireza. He's just blitzing out his moves. He still has 1 hour and 16 minutes on the clock. Crushing position right now, almost an hour extra compared to his opponent. This is all she wrote
This is
right now.
over.
Alireza is done.
What a crushing performance. Something strange in the Alireza camp. And I have to say, I don't exactly know who he is working with.
No.
We have seen him with Ivan Chaparinov recently.
Right.
But we haven't had full confirmation of his team. I think he's keeping all of his team secret. But this feels wrong. It's like something went wrong.
But not only that, but I mean, it's Ali Reza is the one who's chosen the super sharp, double-edged with the whole A4, bishop C4, C4 business. And there's no question that he's had this position on his board. But his subsequent play has not been impressive. Rook C8.
He felt that he got lost very quickly in the variations.
Certainly, Bishop B6, and wow. By the way, in the candidates that I played in, we played It's not just the pressure at your own board, but oftentimes you just got to get up and you walk around. And you look at somebody else's board and say, "Oh, you're having problems too, right?" Now, Fabi, he gets up from his game with Ding,
where he's down a
pawn, and he goes over to look at Jan's game and goes, "Oh no, oh God!"
The pressure piles on because you feel that you have to keep up with the player that's leading.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah. And how bad is Fabi's position? Well,
Ding hasn't played, so we still don't really know. How bad it is.
I suspect Knight C5, that's just a draw. I expect that A4 is the one that will keep Fabi at the board trying to keep it precise.
I actually took a peek, and I wasn't so sure about this endgame. Well, we think Alirez is dead, so let's let him think for a little bit. This is going to be really important for the standings, A4. And I wanted to tickle your brain on another potential rook endgame.
Yes, please.
You play the move Queen C4. We left it off pretty vague. But we might as well go down in the variations because you don't have a lot of moves with your knight.
After the trade.
And you have to trade.
Yep.
You might even have to play the move. I mean, Knight A5
is not the most pretty.
No, it's not pretty at all. And I think both C3 or Rook C8 look I'm going to be just fine.
Well, is it that clear? Should we continue the lines?
All right, I go C3.
Okay, I'll draw you out. Tell me what you're doing.
I think I can go C2. Or Rook B8 first, I'm not really sure.
C2? Seriously?
Can I get away with it?
I can't believe that. What?
If I take Rook B8?
What? Can that really? No, I can't be. What's the body count here in the rook and
You're up a pawn.
Only?
That's it.
Should be a draw. Yeah, you play king. You'll
I'll finagle somehow to get the A
pawn. You'll get an extra move in to get out of the back rank mate, and then it will be 5 versus 4.
But how easy is that? Because I do have E5 followed by E4 and D5, right? Like I managed to create that second pawn.
That's still keeping you at the board.
Well, I think I play F6 for the left, right?
Okay, just a second.
So let's take it move by move. What do you do?
Oh.
King to E2.
King E7.
Okay, King D2, Rook C4, sure, or Rook A3.
Whatever, yeah.
And
we get
guess
eventually
what?
to this endgame.
This is White's having some fun here.
White's having a lot of fun here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not so easy, right? Let's go back to this position after Knight A5, perhaps. There's an easier way to do this for me.
I went C3. I went F3. I didn't know.
Why don't you go C3? What did you play with?
I went F3.
F3, okay.
I wanted to play Rook C1 as well.
But what about Knight to D2 now?
Knight D2, I'm not sure I have time for because we're going to play Rook C1, I assume.
Rook C1, Rook A8.
Rook A8, you take
now
Rook
you
C3.
can just take. I don't have the loop. I'm always missing one move.
Yes.
Let me explain to Christian that when I play Rook takes C3, there's a back rank mate.
Is there a bamboo stick coming out, Yasser, or there's no bamboo stick?
Well, let me introduce. It's still not that easy. No. Queen C4, still not fully equalized. And by the way, this is a crucial moment.
Absolutely crucial.
The clock times of the players are hard for me to tell.
But by the way, is Queen C4 the only move?
No. It was just a question.
55 minutes for Ding right now, thinking actually for the past 20 minutes.
He hasn't played A4.
39 minutes for Fabiano. Did he play A4?
No. He has not played A4 at all.
No. He has not. Well, that's because I think he's also calculating this endgame. Knight C5, take, Rook C8, Rook C1. how is this endgame?
We thought it was
a draw. We went over this.
King F8.
And it does feel like it's a draw, right? So rook to C6 perhaps, or king to F8.
Right.
King to F8, maybe the computer is saying that it's not that easy.
Really?
I'm trying to understand why. I guess I'm just putting my pawn here, and then he thinks that this position might be complicated after rook takes C7.
I mean, it's not complicated. It's either winning or it's a draw.
Right?
Precisely, yeah. So maybe it's just winning.
Maybe it's just a draw. Maybe
keep
black's
going.
winning. Just a second.
Keep making
Who
moves.
could be winning?
I mean,
E5?
it's all very forcing.
E5? King
somewhere.
B5? Yeah.
Okay, now black has to stay.
At some point, I will
Actually,
go A4, king
dangerous.
A3, and then you will have to create your own pass pawn.
This is lost, actually.
I won such a position as black.
This?
Yes.
How did you manage that?
I had like a pawn on G4, and then I did a breakthrough, a pawn breakthrough.
You trick your opponent. Let's just
No, it was brilliant. It was like a D5, E. So it put black's pawn on, in this position. Go G5.
Sure.
And
G4.
but don't go G4.
Okay,
go
I'm
A4.
not going to go G4. I'll go A4.
And I go G4.
I'll go king A3.
Right. And so I had my opponent kind of stuck, and then I went H6, H5.
Sure.
And
I'll keep staying.
And I got a pawn breakthrough.
I'll keep staying, and then
push. Yeah. No, the other way.
And now you push it with G3. Right?
Yeah. That was
if
the
you
kind
take
of
here,
thing.
you go H3.
Right.
If you take like this, you go F3.
Yeah.
Very nice.
It was nice. Okay.
That's, very educational, I have to say.
Cruz in the Moscow Olympiad 1994.
This is important, right? Because hold on, guys.
Nepo?
We're about to take a break, but if knight c5 wins, it just wins.
Well, no. It's not. It's not that easy. It's not that easy.
What do
Knight
you mean?
c5, knight takes c5, queen takes c5, and we said king to f8.
We didn't have to play
but
king.
Let's stop the pawn on c5.
Very important.
Yeah,
and
let's stop the pawn on c5.
Love the move rook c6. It's a masterful move, so that you can actually bring the king in front
king
of
d7
the pawn.
and then rook to a6
right.
and then get the king to c7, not exchange the rook.
And this is why Ding Liren is taking a 20+ minute thing, because he's analyzing all of these subtleties in the rook endgame. He's analyzing a4. Let's let him think. We're going to take a short break and we will be right back. And on the other side, we will actually
have a special guest, Anastasia. Nasty.
Of course, so we'll be right back in a few minutes as we let Alireza suffer, and we'll be right back.
Really?
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second-best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championship. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys!
That is my boy. Look at that kid. You guys got to see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
If you have kids, you already know St. Louis has a ton of fun stuff for families to do, like the Magic House or the Science Center. And if you really want to be a stellar parent, come see all the new stuff there is to discover at St. Louis Union Station. With a new mirror maze, light shows, and the 20-story high St. Louis wheel, it's enough to make any parent feel like a star. St. Louis is always exploring.
Everybody, welcome to round 4. We are already on the 3rd hour of play, and we still have no results. Caruana is currently defending in endgame against Dingleren, but breaking news is that Nepomniachtchi has a crushing position against Alireza Firouzja, who is down to 5 minutes on his clock for a remaining 15 moves of chess. To do the math on how long he has left. And that's probably the least of his problems.
Yeah, it was exactly here. We left it, and this is where Christian pointed out, you know, guys, Jan has this brilliant maneuver. It starts with the move bishop b6, and it continues with the move queen e1. It's rather a hidden idea, but it's a beautiful conception. This queen on b4 drops back. Now that the bishop is no longer in its way, queen takes e5. If that ever lands on the board, forget about it, game over, done and dusted. And he found the maneuver, and according to our chess engines, well...
He didn't find the maneuver. He blitzed out.
He blitzed it out,
maneuver. It was a hard maneuver to find for Alireza, for us, for mere mortals. But for Jan and for the engine, it was just a cakewalk. Walk in the park.
And also breaking news, in the very crucial matchup as well, in the Dingleren game, take it over for me here, Alejandro. We left it at this position, and you were asking about the move queen c4, and we kind of got bogged down in the direction of knight a5. Yeah. Dingleren surprised us with knight c5. Why did he do that?
Well, it seems like it's a very forcing line. We do have the move knight takes c5. There's surely no other move,
especially because the knight is
so good, right? Yeah, you have to eliminate it.
That's got to go.
So knight takes, pawn takes, and it really comes down to tempo counting, right? The move rook c8 doesn't seem to be the most accurate in my opinion.
Okay.
Let me count that out. If you go rook c8, right?
Yes.
I will go kind of by force rook b1, or maybe go a5.
a5, okay.
I don't know which one I started with. You take rook a1, so your rook doesn't go behind the pawn.
And I actually have to go back sooner. Push. No, I can go.
You get there faster, right?
Right.
Which is why perhaps I don't want to do it this way.
Okay.
Here I think I go rook b1 first.
Okay.
I'm trying to make this work for a while, but I haven't been able to.
I have to get out of back rank mate in order to take this pawn.
But you will.
Precisely. And I want to go c3 as well.
How do you defend this pawn?
Well, rook b5 will definitely walk into c3.
How was I doing this on my variations? Because I was looking mainly at rook a8, and I forgot why I discarded rook c8. But rook c8 actually looks very logical.
Well, first of all, if you've refuted rook a8, let's go with rook a8.
I didn't refute. I thought rook a8 was the draw, and I thought rook c8 was the worst move. I didn't realize that you could play rook c8 and just take the pawn.
Do you know you're known as the man with all the answers?
Well, actually,
you're ruining your reputation.
Let's go into the other variation, rook to c8.
Rook to c8?
Rook c8.
Okay.
Help us out there.
So let's try to figure it out. Rook to b1.
Rook to b1.
Yeah,
now that's a back rank mate,
right?
and I step out of the back rank mate.
And what if I push a5?
Take it.
Take, right? I am on time.
Rook a1, you go c3.
Yeah, rook a1, c3, and
first.
I've got two threats, c3 as well as rook a5.
You're definitely not faster than I am.
That's a problem.
That looks like just a draw.
Okay, so let's try to do this differently.
Well, I mean, if rook c8 draws on the spot, it's going to be an enormous relief for
Fabiano. Yeah.
Enormous relief. So hold on. I mean, the way I'm thinking is you got to get your king to c1, or so. Like, could I play rook to b1,
king to f8,
king f8?
You're just not on time. Rook
takes, king to
e2.
Now, if you play c3, then I'll go king here.
No, c2. It's just a draw, right?
And then
c3, c2, and then what?
c3, c2, then what?
King d3, c2, right? It's just a draw.
Seems to be
right.
I'd be able to trade my c pawn for your a pawn.
No. No. Maybe I could be worse.
I don't know.
It may not be a draw, but it could be worse. I don't know. No, it's okay.
No, this looks wrong.
All right, let's try to figure it out, guys.
Okay.
Because this is definitely not it.
That's not it. The computer says it's not it, I guess.
Rook to c8.
Yes, help us out.
I mean, I don't want to use the engine. I don't want to spoil the party.
Hold on. Rook c1.
I take a pawn.
Then I do what I get. What you want to do? You want to put the king on c3 and then put the rook on a1.
So let's go king to f1
Let's do that.
now.
Yeah. King f1. Do it this way. Because with my rook on c1, I'm tethering you to the pawn, right?
So you have to lose the tempo with c3.
You have to lose the tempo with c3, but then you're not on time. I go king e2.
That makes sense. Yeah, because now c2, king d2.
And then I have rook a1, c2, king d2.
I get it. Yeah.
And made on c8.
Wow.
Let's show that. Let's show that actually because it's very important.
Yeah, it's very important.
So rook to a1, c2, king d2.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to hide the king to c1.
Correct. That was what I was hoping to achieve, was to bring my king quickly to c1 and get behind the a pawn.
And it's if not winning, it's extremely dangerous.
Yeah, this is the one line definitely to be avoided. But now, how do we get here once again? So rook c8, rook c1. By the way, seriously, I think for many competitive chess players, the move rook c1 would not be an obvious move at all.
No,
I mean, this is an awkward move for a lot of top players to find. And then rook takes, king, and we're here. Now, okay, if
you kind of get there, right? You get
we do.
You do get to the king to c3 and the rook to a1 setup, which we're not guaranteeing is winning or anything like that. I mean, you could go king f8, king e2, king e7, king d2, king d6, and I get my king to c5 all the way. Even that might be a draw.
Right.
But you're kind of hoping with black. Oh, here king b4 actually. Never mind.
You're not getting king
I'm not
c5.
getting king c5.
No.
Yeah, so you're one tempo too slow.
That was why we tried c3 a turn before, and king e2. Let's say king f8. King. Oops, that wasn't what we did. I think we did. What did we do?
But here king d3 is okay, right?
Yeah, how did we get our king?
We first played rook c4 to attack the pawn on a4.
Guys, we're going to have a lot of time to calculate this endgame and take it
away.
Deep look at it. But let's take a look at what's happening in the game between Jan and Alireza, because this might be over very soon. So I just want to catch the final moments of it. After queen to d7, queen to e1, Alireza dropped down to his last 3 minutes, played the move rook to b8. Immediately followed by bishop to a5, and now we have the position after knight to c4. Jan is still thinking 1 minute and 24 seconds, no increment for Alireza for the next 12 moves or so. Bishop to c3 just makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah.
How do you defend against this? Knight takes d5, I take. If you take, I take, and then the knight is hanging, so you have to start with the move f6, but this just gives me a rook.
Ouch.
You take back, and I understand you have some knights swarming around my king, but... And by the way, d6 was played.
Yeah, d6, bishop d8 instantly replied us.
He has to play instantly.
Right.
He has to play instantly because he's going to lose on time.
But the inclusion of d6 looks even more appealing for white than that.
So you want to continue with bishop to c3, right?
Right.
Yeah, bishop to c3, now queen to e6.
Knight to d3,
what is even the threat, right?
I'm just trying to defend this. I'm just trying to get my pawn to f6 and then hope for something. Hope that you don't break through.
Right. But I'm looking at knight d3.
It's a huge hope.
And I'm just saying...
Knight d7.
No, I mean, king somewhere.
King a1. King a1 just creates an immediate threat that this is over. Yeah.
Wow.
This is over.
Not very hard.
Not hard.
So let's see.
d6 is pretty.
By the way, bishop takes d8 also works, but do you want to give up and give up dark square bishop? Perhaps not.
No, why not? What do you mean?
But
I
bishop
take and I go...
f6 is hanging.
Yeah, you have to take with the queen. I go knight f5. It looks completely
Oh
busted.
my gosh, domination.
Yeah, this is over also. This is over also.
I mean,
everything is over
the thing is, black cannot create a threat.
No.
And there's going to be a queen c3 in the position.
Guys, it doesn't matter. At that point, the game is just lost.
We lost track of it some while ago, but Richie versus Hikaru has actually been a very intriguing game. When we left it around these parts. Knight check, king e6, knight takes a7. We were saying all Hikaru really needs to have a serious advantage is to activate his rook. Well, guess what? He did. But The problem is the knight has taken a pawn. He's got ideas of f4 check as well as knight takes b6. Even though black has all of his... Why did I give a rook check? I'm not sure. Even though black has all of his pieces very active, he is a pawn down, and that means that white's probably doing well enough for a draw. Why did
for
he
a draw,
play?
yes,
Yeah.
but not much more than that.
Why
I was
did he
wondering why
play
he
a-
couldn't take on e4 here. Why did you give a check and not take on e4?
First of
straight
all, how
away?
would you like to take on e4?
I was thinking with the knight.
Okay.
Well, not with the king, obviously.
No, but a few things. Let's set this up in a few ways. Knight takes b6 and rook takes b2 and stuff like this. I kind of would like to start, if I could, with this move c4.
And you're kind of hoping that against f4 you do not lose. But I think you do.
Takes c4.
Knight c3.
Knight c3, you take on f4.
Ah.
No, but you still have...
Now I finally understand why Hikaru included the move rook a1 check.
But even this is not so clear.
No, it's not.
He didn't want to leave his knight on pre. Pardon me, his rook on pre.
But I still don't see how to win it.
Yeah, there's no win right now. Because of rook d4, king e5,
Even king
rook
e3.
d5, and
King e3 I thought was
do
easier.
try to take on...
Except there's one trick.
yeah, this
Don't
is
take on
also-
b2.
I won't take on b2, but I feel like any other
You've been a king on
any
e3,
other
dude.
move I'll be okay,
Okay,
right?
sorry.
I'm not sure, actually. With
I
the king already
understand.
on e3, I'm not sure.
I actually wanted to start with c4. Hikaru started with rook check. We are here. I think we're up to date.
Yeah,
with
we're
the
up to
players.
date.
What the clock?
It's 29 minutes for Richard and 40 minutes for Hikaru, so plenty of time for both players.
And how do we evaluate this? Is it even? Is it better black? Ooh. Who do you like? Not looking at the engine, I mean.
I feel black
Well,
has enough
enough?
activity.
Yeah, I
for-
also feel that
for the
it's
pawn.
enough, but it should not be more than enough. It's just
No
enough.
mating. I mean, on a good day, you take on b6. I get to go knight f4 check, and king
then?
takes e4, and
And then
king.
No.
king. Good, keep away. King good. I'm gonna remove my rook so that you go king f3, and then he's still not gonna answer. Like, what are you threatening? No.
Would you believe?
I think that this cannot be worse for black. I even would go as far as saying I'd rather take black in a practical
Right,
game
because of the activity.
because of the activity. But I also think that the chances that this simplifies somehow into a draw is
Are very high.
It's pretty high.
While we think three results are possible, we think the most probable result is a draw. Good
Yes.
enough. Let's jump quickly again. Our apologies for our Duda fans. It's just that the other three games are so incredibly compelling in terms of the tournament. When we left it, we were accolades to Timur. He had played f5 and rook g5, and this combination, we've actually seen something like this, and we thought black could actually be doing quite well. Queen f4, what a decision that is. Queen f4.
I think
You'd almost think that with your rooks and the
you
open,
wanna checkmate that.
yeah,
guy,
you
right?
want to keep the pieces on the board.
It's a very teamwork move.
Well, wouldn't you want to either queen e6 to c6 to?
I mean, anything that keeps attention, right?
Yeah,
I understand that a5 is coming for white, but
by the way, I've got king d. You know, it's always funny when I have these type of positions and my opponent puts a lot of energy into opening up the queen side, and then I go king d7.
yes.
At the end of it, it's like, what do you got?
Just fine.
The king is going to be fine.
And
on
I
d7.
agree with you. I think the king on d7 is great. I wouldn't put too much
Queen
attention.
f4.
Queen
Okay.
f4 just draws. I mean, it's a unambitious move, as very often Timur tends to play,
especially while black.
especially while black. And he's just saying this endgame is completely drawn. Why would I ever be worse here? He might be right.
And he might be right.
He's probably
Jumping
right.
to Dingler in.
Yeah, he actually played rook a8, which Fabi did.
Was your expectation?
It was my expectation, and I didn't know why, but we figured out that rook c8, maybe rook c1 is dangerous. But this one, I actually was working through the moves.
Please tell
and
us
I
what
couldn't
you-
figure out a way to keep the game alive for Dingler.
Okay.
you kind of have to defend your pawn. You have two ways of doing so, but neither of them, that as far as I saw, really came to an advantage. Rook A1 is, of course, the more logical move.
As well as Rook B1.
As long as Rook B1.
Let me go with Rook B1 for just a moment.
All right, and here I do kind of have to bring the king in.
Okay, and now let me tickle you with Rook here.
All right, and
C3.
C3 is more or less box.
Right, and then C2.
I don't know if I need that move.
Okay.
There's a very funny line, actually.
I can play King E7 first, right?
Yeah.
So, check this line out.
Please.
Okay. King E7, C6.
Let's continue this board.
Yeah.
And now C2.
Okay. Well.
And now you could play C7 and be like, oh, wait, I'm very close to winning. If you go King D7, I take on C2, and then I'm going to be 2 pawns up, right?
Right.
But Rook takes A4, finishes the game, but for the other side.
Because interestingly, promoting to a knight doesn't actually do anything.
Doesn't do anything, and if you promote to a queen, Rook to A1 and the C2 pawn covers the C5.
Wow.
So he
That's
had to
really
calculate.
visually,
very pretty.
Visually, that just wins the game.
Wins the game on the spot. For
my
you can't
goodness.
Go C7. You actually have to spend the time.
That's an easy trap to fall for. My goodness.
But
what a trap.
And the thing is, you're always getting mated. So, for example, after C6, C2, Rook takes A4, you actually do have to spend that tempo, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to corral this pawn.
But
well, I'm
okay,
going to go
now
Rook A8,
having said that, just
I think Rook A8.
I mean, you're just like, King D6, I think. I just go King D6. Why are you guys making
King
your
D6,
life hard?
C7.
C7, Rook A8. Oh, wait a second. What am I
over.
doing? Rook A8 first. Rook A8 first and King D6. I forgot the pawn promotion.
I liked it. To demonstrate to the audience at home.
No, Rook A8, and you go King E2. Now you go King D6. And I think you can safely take this pawn in almost every variation.
And the point being that if you do try to penetrate via the 7th rank with Rook D2, Rook C8, Rook D7, King E8, and that just forces you to go
even
back.
Rook D8, I really
Maybe even Rook D8.
I don't see the
yes.
issue.
But this is also very
completely
nice.
drawn, right?
We'll make a repetition
draw.
right away.
Nicely calculated by Fabiano. This move, Rook to A8, very, very important because Rook to C8 was quite problematic after Rook to C1.
So once again, Rook to B1. Once again, you were saying that there are two ways for Ding to try to pressure Fabi. One was Rook to B1, and we just saw a consequential line of why that would not work for Ding. How does the other line with Rook A1 go?
I think you still have to bring in the king. King F8,
Okay.
you bring yours, King F1. And we get to a very similar position, but this one I actually do get my king to C5, so you go King E2.
Do I need it? I want to play A5 and Rook A4, or is that just transpositional? Transposing.
I mean, A5,
Sorry.
King D7, I don't think.
Whoa. Okay.
That's fine, King C6.
Whoa. Is this fine?
Is this fine? Let's take a look.
This rook looks really dangerous.
That's true.
Holy smokes. Christian, jump in. Bail us out. We did something wrong.
Did we though?
We managed to find a way for Fabi to lose.
Is he losing though?
Rook D8?
Rook D8, you have to go Rook A1.
Yeah, you have to do something because C2 is a threat.
I apologize. Let me go.
King E2, right?
Yeah, of course.
But I don't know
okay.
if it changes
same
much.
thing.
King E2, Rook D8.
I don't think it changes anything.
I think it changes a lot.
A7, why?
Rook A2.
Okay, I take on C5.
Whoa, no way. You're
King
not drawing
B6,
this.
but how do you enter the 7th rank? That's the question.
Right away.
What do you mean, King B6?
King B6?
Oh, am I losing this ending? Why am I losing this
But
ending?
that's not even a
take
question.
on
Rook
A6,
F8.
But you don't have a penetration square. I'll get my king back.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
That
take on
true?
D3, take on A6. Yep.
Holy smokes. So just a second. Even though I can get my king to E5,
That's okay.
That's okay.
You don't have anything else after that.
and I could
This has to be a draw, right? I get my king all the way to the king side.
King.
Sure does. Oh my
King
gosh.
E7, F6, next move. No, this is
Yeah,
Seems like I saw some primer once that showed, like the offensive white king, overpowering the passive black king. Well done.
It's kind of tempo by tempo, but it seems like it works, right?
By the way, this is what happens so often in these, really, really high-level games. Every variation comes down to one tempo, and it's remarkable how that works. Rook A8 on the board, and Dingleren, and the times, if you don't mind?
The time for Dingleren currently is 39 minutes, and Fabio is down to 21. Bunch of moves to make, but they're kind of obvious, right? Because at this
once
point,
you go down a particular path, once you choose a path.
At this point, you don't have a lot of choices, right, as black. If you have to bring in your king.
Well, you started with Rook A8, and you can almost pre-move King F8 and King E7, and yes.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
wow.
So plenty of time for both players in this one. That's not going to be a factor.
Let's jump back to the Nepo game just to see 1 minute left.
Yeah, he switched. He didn't take on D8. He played Bishop C3, which we thought was completely good. Queen E6 was played.
Sorry, when we left it, we just saw this move D6, Bishop D8. We were looking at Bishop takes D8, which we thought was really strong. We thought the move Bishop C3 was really strong. In short, we felt that White had this game completely under control. Knight to D3, knight to D5, and this is where we currently stand.
That is where we stand. It still feels like most moves should win.
Yeah, and now it's just the question is which is the cleanest?
But we have a special guest with us. We have a guest from us, Anastasia Karlovic, joining us actually from Athens, Greece. Hello, Nastia.
Hello, everybody. It's so great to see you.
Welcome
I'm in
to the
Greece,
show.
you're right.
How are you enjoying the candidates?
I'm enjoying my candidates almost at the beach. I just put this jacket on my swimming suit, but no matter where you are watching the candidates. Even though I'm in Athens now, we have plus 35 degrees, I'm very near to the sea. I cannot do anything. I have to stay here and watch the games because they're so exciting. And we have so much action, right? How are you? Guys.
We're not at the beach. We're not in our swimsuits, so we have issues that we will like to address later. But we're loving the games. We think the players are playing so hard, each and every round. The fights are just what we imagine this candidates could bring us.
Anastasia, we don't want to put you on the spot, but what are you seeing so far from these players? Which player is taking your attention?
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge at the moment. We still have the round number 4 at the moment. But what I can say from now that, of course, somehow Jan shows quite self-confident play. And I'm really a little bit afraid that if he wins this candidate, Magnus will say, I don't want to play this match. I'm really worried at the moment. So I don't know. Let's see how it goes. But at the moment, Jan looks the best at this moment. But everything can change. I've been to almost every candidates tournament, not like Maurice Ashley, who just said yesterday that it's his first one. Actually, I think it's the second one which I'm missing since 2013. And I've seen that sometimes things can change so dramatically after the middle of the tournament. I remember Aronian, who played very well in London, suddenly started to play differently on the second half of the candidates. So we have seen different examples. Well, it looks interesting so far.
Well, guys, let's keep one of the boards open on Nepo's game. We do have a bunch of moves. They will come very quickly.
Right.
So let us see if there's a way to have Nastia here join us in the conversation, because Nepo's game is so crucial for the standings, and it's moving quickly.
Yeah, and I just saw this knight, land on the square B2, and it was just kind of amusing to me that after the move Rook F4, Queen E2. I'm assuming that Nepo has set up a trap.
He's made us take on E5.
D6.
I think you just take. I think with the Queen.
Queen.
Wait, why am I doing with the Queen? Wait, can you take it?
With the bishop,
it's easier.
It's sure enough, and well, you can't take the pawn because of bishop and knight B2, and I just thought that is very, very funny. What do you think of this move, knight b2?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting move, but I really don't want to be in Alireza's seat right now. I mean, it's really unpleasant position to play. I think he understands that things are not going well at this moment. So he's just trying, to find some tricks to still stay in the game.
Exactly.
Right
35 seconds.
Now, Anastasia, what do you think about the time control for these candidates? No increment. How do you feel about that?
Yes, it
and
was always
how do you feel
like
it
that.
affects their play?
Yes, it's always like that, and it's a very unique tournament with this time control. I remember, of course, Vasily Ivanchuk, who lost 5 games in London just because of this time control. When you don't have increment, it's really different game, right? You have to take care of your time so much. And I think it affects a little bit the players and the result. Maybe actually that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi has some advantage, because we know how fast he used to play and how fast he makes his decisions. So I don't know. What do you think? Would you like to play with this time control or not?
No, I think the players are used, as you just said, to the increment. And when they don't have the increment, they often get tasered.
Yeah, they flounder a little bit. And you can see that Alireza, I mean, he's left himself literally 5 seconds per move from here until time control.
And he has actually how many? 7 or?
Yeah, 7 moves.
7 more moves, 35 seconds.
Quick
math. Exactly.
Quick math, Ale.
Wow.
I remember times. I remember these old times when I played like maybe 15 moves in 13 seconds, but you better don't go for this, right?
15 moves in 13 seconds.
Yes, one time in Bundesliga, yes, I've managed to do something like that.
That's very impressive.
That's quite Remind me not to challenge you in any bullet games.
And how many pieces did you lose in the process?
Can you imagine? I even won the game, but the team, our captain of the team had heart attack, of course, you can imagine. Yes.
Exactly. Now, unfortunately for Alireza, he's searching for cheapos. He's played this move, knight b2, and unfortunately for Alireza, he's playing against a guy, Nepo, he thrives on such moments where he can play literally move for move. He's not going to let you think for the next 7 seconds or something. And he's just blitzing on his move. He's
down to 17 seconds. I assume the move, even rook takes h7, must win, right?
That could win. You know what's really a cheeky move? Rook goes back to f4. You were just on f4, but you played f6.
Thank you so much, right?
To block the diagonal.
Okay, you're just having too much fun right now.
Wow, I mean, chess should be a joy. For. Wow. Natasha, final thoughts. Who is your predicted winner right now with round 4 underway?
Of course, I'm rooting for Fabiano Caruana, because if he plays really well, I have my chance to go to Madrid maybe and follow the tournament from there. So, of course, I'm rooting for him. Okay. So he's my ticket to Madrid, you can imagine.
Okay.
That sounds good. I mean, we love Fabi. Yeah?
I love Fabi.
And also, I just wanted to say congratulations to Alejandro, who has birthday today. We have a birthday boy in the studio. So Alejandro, all the best for you on your birthday.
Thank you very much.
I've seen many comments. People keep sending you messages. Yes.
Lovely.
It'll be a tough day for my phone battery.
Thank you for breaking away from the beach, as compelling as it sounds, and joining us. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Nastya. And we have a couple of updates, guys. The move f5 was played in Nepo's position. We think it's just completely busted, right?
Rook takes h7, just kills him on the
Rook
I was thinking,
hey, birthday boy, coming up with the goodies. Rook h7 busts.
Yeah,
How bad is it, Christian?
Oh, it's
made.
It's made, but it does look like
okay,
made,
you
right?
have to go queen h6 after queen to h5.
Oh,
not
really?
to get checkmated. If you go king to g8,
knight f5, right? I don't have to calculate.
Then just knight takes f5,
You don't have to
rook to
calculate.
g1 is coming, knight h6 is coming, it's over, finito.
Yeah.
It's just mate.
And mate.
Yeah, mate somehow, right?
Mate. Rook h7, we think does it. Sorry, I was being impolite, maybe, but rook f4 felt like, how bad, on a point count, we know White's winning. But
Yasser, look,
no, mate is mate.
You're in Jan's shoes right now.
Yes.
Now, I remember this boxer, Vasily Lomachenko. And at some point, he was beating this guy so hard that the other guys were like throwing the towel, and they were like, no mas, no mas, no mas. This is what we're seeing right now, and what Jan wants Ali Reza to say, no mas, just let me resign as fast as possible and get out of here, right? Because he wants to get that dominant psychological edge over your opponent.
He's taken on h7.
Take on h7.
Wow. Yeah, he's done it.
Yeah, he's done it. I mean,
Queen to h5, and it's going to be over.
As strong as it is obvious, and I think we're going to see a handshake. Oh, he played king g8. He actually did play the move king g8.
Knight takes f5.
So lost,
The mate is coming.
Wow.
Mate is coming. Let me turn on my engine. I'm actually curious.
By the way,
mate is 7.
Knight takes f5 on the board as predicted.
And still he has 2 more moves to make. Bishop to f6.
Even I could calculate this mate, right? Rook g1, king f8, queen h6, king f7, rook g7. It's
bravo, Alejandro.
But even I can do that one.
Yeah. I mean, you're feeling it. Rook g1, king f8,
queen h6.
6. And king look f7, at that. This is your birthday.
That's pretty nice.
This isn't the epaulette mate, right? This is a different setup.
You know that I only learned that checkmates had names when I was already way beyond Grandmaster.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
I had no idea.
Right?
Somebody told me like the Anastasia's mate, and I was like, the what?
Yeah, I was like an expert, and I thought I knew a lot about chess.
And Rook G1, it is over. He has resigned. Alireza Firouzja, that is. Jan Nepomniachtchi consolidates himself as a leader of the tournament. He will almost definitely be the sole leader of this event. We have almost no chance that Fabiano Caruana wins that unless, like, I don't know, England ran flags.
Right.
So Nepo will be going out of round 4 as the clear leader of the candidates. This is the position that he found himself in the first bout in the 2020 candidates, not yet the 2021 candidates.
Right.
2020. As this is the current score. Alireza falls to -1. Jan Nepomniachtchi, 3 points out of 4. What a start for the
Seriously, my jaw is kind of on the table here because after 4 rounds, we have our number 1 seed and our number 2 seed currently at this exact moment, both standing on -1. I didn't see that happening.
Not at all. Not at all.
I mean, I really did not.
A lot of people were thinking the top 3 players are going to be Alireza, Ding Liren, and Fabiano Caruana.
Right.
And if you see most of them,
that's 60% of the package that's going to take the challenger.
The dark horse being Jan, right?
Yeah.
Which everybody thinks, yeah, he could win it.
Yeah.
But to see 2 of the favorites on -1 so
no
early,
no way,
disappearing.
Didn't imagine that at all. But first of all, let's just say this was an emphatic, wonderful victory for Jan. We're seeing him at his best.
Oh, this is Jan. Jan was given a position that he loves. And
exactly.
He said,
well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is what I do.
This is what I do for a living. Let me show you how I do it. And I think that this preparation, I mean, hindsight's 2020, of course. I mean, Alireza comes with this very interesting idea, Bishop C4. He must have analyzed it.
Bishop C4.
All the way back when we said that the main line
from
was
the
A4, super sharp, long variations.
That's right.
It felt that perhaps he knew move by move on some other variation, not specifically.
So right here, sorry, this is the moment.
We can get the Yasser.
So we have this well-known theoretical battle with F5, and there's a whole stream of games that now continue A4. Bishop C4, important sideline, yet still a sideline.
Such a sideline.
And then after this move, D5,
it was F6 that really
Nepo
started.
Hit back.
He hit back, and it seems like Alireza was unprepared. And when you think about a move like Bishop C4, which was only played a couple of moves ago.
Yep.
And if you're not prepared already by the point that F6 comes, it feels that the preparation
wasn't so deep.
Wasn't so deep, right? Or perhaps it was deep, but not wide enough for the candidates. And when we talk about width in the preparation, is how many moves are you considering?
Right.
Perhaps he went very deep on what the engine thought was the main line.
Maybe for me, it's a move I would resist playing myself, and that move I would resist is capturing. The problem is that I'm helping my opponent. I'm bringing his pieces into play. And this move, Bishop F1, and right here.
But it's not even that, guys. It's not about the width of the preparation. It's just about the fact that he didn't understand the positions.
Yeah, that's another thing.
He played it. He was not familiar with where to put the pieces. The timing of a position such as this one is also extremely important. It just doesn't feel like he had a lot of experience. And coming into the candidates, this was the question that everybody had on their mind. Does he have, at only 18 years of age, turning 19 during the candidates, does he have enough experience to play at the elite level, come up with new ideas, come up with new openings, as we're seeing right now? Does he have enough experience? Up to this point, it doesn't seem like he does.
It doesn't seem that he is definitely bringing the fire in the openings. He's bringing the fire against Hikaru. Excellent opening preparation. Really went into this crazy endgame. Yeah, Hikaru played like a monster and defended like a machine. Can't really do much against it. Applause. But in this one, it does feel that Jan simply played logical moves. He played King B1. He played Rook H takes F1. I mean, he didn't do anything that special.
No.
He just crushed his opponent with logical, good moves. Alireza seemed like he didn't know what to do, a fish out of water. And sorry to interrupt you guys. We are expecting two results.
Quickly?
Very, very, very quickly, as both Richard Rapport against Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Krzysztof Duda against Timur Radjabov are really headed towards the draw.
Wow, that was like a vacuum.
Hikaru is already done.
Hikaru is actually already drawn. This, as you can see, there's only knights on the board. We left it off here after the move
Rook A2,
Rook A196, and we very quickly just vacuumed the board. Rook E3, takes on E4, takes on F6, takes on E3, knight D5, take the queen side as well. We eliminated that queen side. We eliminated this pawn, and
That's nice.
Yeah.
Professional
draw. So draw agreed already between Richard Rapport and Hikaru Nakamura. Meanwhile, the Jan Krzysztof Duda game against Timur Radjabov is also beelining straight into a draw. Both sides with 2 pawns and a rook, as we can get that game up. We left it off in what would seem like a very equal double rook endgame, as they've also found a way to vacuum the board here.
Very good. And also, we think, no, this is the Ding-Liren game where it's Rook A1, Rook B1.
Yeah, between Rook A1 and Rook B1, Ding-Liren already thinking for quite a while, but this is the only game, the one of Ding-Liren, that is alive at all. Every other game is just either dead or finished. The Radjabov game is going to finish anytime soon. So Ding-Liren versus Fabiano Caruana will be the only result that we still have pending. And everything to play for, or do we just really think we expect a draw within the next half hour?
I would say 50 minutes, half hour, 15 minutes. I just wanted to say one last comment on, no, there'll be many
more comments on this game, yes, absolutely.
Of the Alireza game. But one of the things that really stood out for me is the youth. They're basically unsound, you know, like they don't have enough maturity in their play. And one of the reasons why they don't have enough maturity in their play is because they play too quickly. Youth just always ahead on the clock. Alireza, he played slowly and poorly. That was a very, very bad combination. Normally, you don't see that. Normally, they play quickly and poorly or something of that nature. Yeah, here, he played the move knight. Pardon me, knight terrible. Rook C8 was no good. And then after that, he just never, he can't recover now. He's already poisoned his position. He fell apart
by force very quickly, right? Yeah. It felt that he didn't put any resistance, that even
after getting the position that he might have well prepared on the board.
He just got blown off the board. I mean, this position is so, it's not even difficult to understand that this position is dead lost, right?
Exactly.
Well, your king's very weak, white's king is very safe.
Pawn on E5 vulnerable. Once this diagonal opens, you allow me to play queen takes E5 and bishop D4. We can just sign the score sheets. That's done and dusted.
The game between Duda and Radjabov, as expected, has finished in a draw.
Okay, very good.
Nothing to say then. Doesn't.
Draw agreed, which leaves us with one game remaining and one very, very happy Nepo.
Oh, absolutely. If every other game is drawn, Nepo is the one that surges through the rankings. He will be the only one on +2. Only Fabiano
Will be a half a point behind.
Would be a half a point behind if this finishes in a draw. I think he would be even happier if Dingler wins, actually.
I was going to say that if Fabi does manage to hold a game, as we came on the show, we were talking about the odds of winning, the percentage of winning. Again, if Fabi manages to draw this game, I suspect that the models are going to say it's 50% in favor of two players.
Yes, Fabi or Nepo.
Exactly,
Right.
Becoming challenger.
And you can kind of see it, right?
Making an exit will be Ali Reza.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
and outside,
-1.
Outside of just the numbers, it does feel that, I mean, it really does feel, assuming Dingler and Fabi draw, let's just make that assumption. We're not guaranteeing it.
Nope.
But we do think it's a heavy favorite that Dingler and Fabi draw. So let's assume that they draw. Fabi would be half a point away from Nepo.
Correct.
But some of the favorites, look at them. Firouzja would be
tied for last with Dingler and
a point and a half away.
Correct.
Already.
Yeah.
Dingler a point and a half away. And from the other players,
Richard,
Hikaru,
Duda.
and Rapport.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Richard, Hikaru, and Duda.
Hikaru and Duda. Only
players at 50%.
Yes, only Hikaru has impressed me. And I will tell you why. Because Hikaru has played 3 blacks.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah, the only white he played, he won.
Right.
And then he lost to Fabi, it happens.
With black.
With black. And the other 2 games with the black pieces, he's had no trouble whatsoever. Today, he had no trouble whatsoever against Richard Rapport. Understood his Berlin perfectly. And meanwhile, Dingler is actually on 3 whites out of 4.
No way.
Yeah.
Really? Yes, because he started, oh my gosh, with a loss with white.
Yeah.
Against Nepo.
Yeah, then he drew his next game.
Right.
That didn't convert against Richard, a winning position. And now he's white against Fabi right now as well. So he started with 3 out of 4 whites. Which you might think...
The opposite of what Hikaru has done.
You might think it's not a big deal, but when it comes down to the tournament later, and you see the positions like, well, I have to win with black?
Winning on demand with white is tough enough.
Yeah,
with black, it's almost an impossibility. Wow.
Well, we have Cristian with a special segment as we're waiting for Dingler to make his move in the only game remaining. Cristian, take it away.
Well, it is a blast from the past, guys. There we go. We do have some nice graphics as well, it seems like. And I want to discuss about this game between Dingler and Fabiano Caruana. It seems like we have some problems. There we go. This was from the candidates in 2020. The same color formation, Dingler with the white pieces, Fabiano with the black pieces. And it was a completely different game than what we're seeing today. It started off in this Slav, d takes c4, a4, bishop to f5, knight to e5, e6, f3, preparing the advance in the center, bishop to b4, knight to c4, and this was all preparation by both players. Castle, king to f2, getting off this pin and getting ready to play the move e4. And now came the big surprise, a shocker of a move by Fabiano Caruana, e5. This was the novelty that pretty much killed this variation. At that point, came up with this idea, and Dingler started thinking. He spent a lot of time on his next few moves. He was under tremendous pressure. By the way, this is the idea. It's tied to the fact that I can target your queen, and now the knight on e5. If you do take on c2, then I'm just simply going to take on d4, recapture on e5 with a better prospect for the black pieces. Queen to d2, c5. Immediately putting a lot of pressure. White is still a pawn up. Nevertheless, with the king very, very weak on f2 and all the pieces swarming around it, is going to be a difficult defense. But Dingler was up to the task, and we got to this position. Knight to g6 was a big mistake by Fabiano. He was out of his preparation right now, out of his depth. Rook to c8 would have been the better move, and after knight to e3, we get a completely wild position, something along the lines of knight to h5 here, and knight to e6. Imagine this type of explosive content coming on the board. He played the move knight to g6, and we got into this position, which Ding, by the way, managed to stabilize it incredibly well and went on to win a smooth game after that, in fact. The king was quite safe. The queen came back to the defense. Everything is compact for white right now. And these pawns are just going to be decisive later on. I let you take that pawn on a4. That's fine. You have the prospect of getting a pass pawn on the a file, but these two central pawns are going to kill the game. And this is exactly what happened. Ding went on, after losing 2 games at the beginning of the tournament, went on to play spoiler's role for Fabiano's tournament, won this one, and unfortunately for Fabiano, it wasn't enough after that to recover and go on to win the candidates. This is the blast from the past. That happened in the past, candidates, but right now, the position we currently have on the board seems to be going straight into the draw that we discussed.
Thank you, Christian. I'd absolutely remember that game because it was so crucial to the standings. First of all, secondly, Fabi's preparation was simply so outstanding. We were sitting there going, "Wow, this is great! E5, Bishop C2, Rook E8. Look at him go!" And he brought this one of the most amazing novelties that I've seen in the candidates. And he lost the game. As the game progressed, it was like Ding slowly stabilized. Then he kept his center. He returned a pawn, activated his king. And in each step, we go, oh my gosh, he's getting better. Oh my gosh. You know, Fabi's not going to win this game. We just, you know, he started so strongly. Yeah. And it was really one of the games that really took the wind out of Fabi's sails, and his campaign literally was ended.
It wasn't fully ended. He did bounce back coming into the 2021 portion of that candidates with the win against MVL.
Which was, again, another outstanding piece of preparation.
Yeah, he really gave himself a chance. Unfortunately, I think he really sealed his deal losing to Anish.
Correct, with this open Sicilian that he didn't
really got blown away in that game. We're going straight into the variation that we were looking at earlier, guys. Everything so far, knight takes e5, d takes, rook a8, rook b1, and instantly we had king f8, rook b4. We have a bunch of moves. c3, rook c4, king e7, king f1. Now, you are kind of threatening king e2. If you cross the king to the d file and I go king e2, you don't have this rook d8 ideas anymore.
Exactly.
So you will get your king to catch the pawn. So you have to jettison the pawn right away. c2, rook takes c2, rook takes a4. This is the current position on the board. We looked at this. We actually looked at the move c6 even. We decided that rook a8 was just a draw. And
exactly.
We still think that.
And we do.
And if the king gets to c6, even if I don't win your pawn on c5 immediately,
we know it's a draw, right?
Then the rook will simply be tethered to the pawn, and you're not going to win a king and a rook and pawn endgame with a very passive rook.
I think the bigger question is: does White have any way to actually prolong this game, or is it just going to fizzle out into a 4 versus 4?
I don't quite see it, I have to say.
So what if I try to go from behind? So rook to b2, I'll give up the c5 pawn.
King on e7, right?
King on e7, rook to b2.
Rook to b2. Okay, going
so
from
rook b7 is, let's go rook a8.
So now rook to b8.
Rook to...
Where is my clever friend
Where are you going from behind? If you do go to h8,
I don't like
you actually end up stalled.
Yeah, kind of.
All right. No? So I will wait for you to go with the king to d7. I'm going to go king to e2. Rook to a7, king to e2.
Yeah, you're going to wait for me. Fair? Fair?
Yes. No, rook to b2 is fine.
Rook to b2?
Yes. He wants to force you to go rook a7, which I understand.
Okay.
And now king to e2.
Excellent.
And I go, you want to...
rook to b5.
I'll force you to...
All right, and then he's kind of waiting for us to go king d7 and something.
And now maybe rook to b8. Do I have enough?
This looks uncomfortable. I didn't like rook c7. I like king d7 right away.
Immediately.
It feels more natural.
Yeah, you're keeping your rook. When you get to play king c6.
So now I go rook to b8.
Or now you go rook b8.
Now I go rook to b8.
Okay, so show us.
And then
but now I can give you a check, right? Maybe you don't want that.
No, it's okay. I'm kind of living with it.
Okay, king d3. Are you sure?
Well, I kind of feel like I've got this pawn under control. As soon as you go c6, I drop back with my king. And in the meanwhile, I want to go munch.
c6?
Well, I'll go back.
We don't have a threat. I can take on f2.
Okay.
C7.
Okay, I know how chess works here. That's just a draw, right?
Whoa.
Black is the one thinking, right? Black is winning this, actually. Never mind.
Nobody's winning anything.
No, you did.
Rook G8, and it's a draw. But it is a draw.
You don't want to overstep there.
Okay, so you gave me a check on A2 at some point, and I went King D3, or I went King D3 by myself. What if I just so I give you go King C6, I go Rook to CE8, you go King B5, and now I go King to F3.
King to F3.
Sure.
Fair. Okay.
That's the same, no? Rook A2.
Well, he
wants to play Rook C7. I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you know,
he's going
Christian. He has occasionally, the blind chicken finds the corn.
I'll wait for you outside. Yeah. we'll talk after the show.
By the way, that was the insult that Victor loved to toss around. Like whenever I played a good move, the blind hand finds the corn.
All right, I have a question. If we want to be more professional about this, because I'm not sure about allowing everything that we just allowed. You played into this position, right? Yep. Now, if I give you what you wanted, and I play Rook C7, I assume here you're going to taking my pawn.
Rook H8.
You take my pawn, right?
Oh, I can live with the loss of.
I can lose my H pawn, right?
I don't think so. I don't think that this should be that big of a problem, right?
But I don't think you want to do it like this, because that makes your rook passive, right? You can go King E7, wait for me, and then go G6, and the C5 pawn hangs anyway.
Good point. Yeah. Thank you, Christian.
That pawn will die at some point, I guess.
So even though it's 2 pawns up at the moment, it's temporary because I will simply capture this one on the next move.
4 versus 3, but I guess this is the best Ding can get at this point.
I mean,
well, the fact that he could get this far is maybe
pretty good, right?
Yeah, something good. But let's take a pause and invite our audience to join the stream.
Absolutely. We are on all kinds of social media. Join the conversation on Twitch, on YouTube, and we are looking for some of the best questions to put up here.
The birthday boy from G Master G4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one is better, playing someone on their birthday or your own? Oh, definitely against someone on their birthday.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I kind of felt like a little weird myself playing on my own birthday.
But let's be very real. It's best to play them the day after.
Yeah. Let them celebrate. Good point. I mean,
understanding. Yes.
We had I was raised on chess informatives, right? So it was this twice a year book with 600, 700 of the absolutely best Grandmaster games, carefully combed, selected by the editors of the chess informants, annotated by the players. And they had these keys because it was a languageless annotation. Mm-hmm. So for example, a square was used to say forced move and things like that. And we thought that we could improve the informative code by adding some further symbols. So one of the symbols that I wanted to include was a pillow. You see a little pillow. And what does that mean? Pillow, dream position. This is what you're aiming for. You've achieved your dream position, so you put a little pillow. But then what you've just said is a party hat.
A party hat.
A question mark.
Question mark. Party hat.
So this is the way you could annotate the game. The player hadn't recovered from the party from the night before.
Party hat.
Yeah, this was very good. Okay, thank you for that, birthday boy. But one more. Let's go.
All right, let's see what we got. From YouTube user Jake Lacey.
Hi, Jake.
Candidate do you think would create the most exciting World Championship match?
Take it away. Give it a shot.
Man, at the beginning of the tournament, I would have thought Ding Liren.
Okay.
Because I've always felt kind of like
he was breaking through.
He was breaking through, and I kind of felt like Aronian that at some point we want to see
this
Dingler
breakthrough
match. You know, it's a different side of the world. They're coming up with a completely new team, new face in a match format, right? We've already seen Fabi. We saw 2 Russians play against Magnus.
Exactly.
We haven't seen anybody from the Asian continent to really put that pressure on Magnus. We saw Vichy,
right?
But that was a long time ago already. I mean, we're
True.
talking about 8 years ago that match happened.
Right.
I want to see a new, fresh face from the Asian continent to come in and challenge Magnus.
And I'll echo that point very much so, because here in St. Louis, that we have the Sinkville Cup, where 2 players, Magnus and Dingler, tied for first. And in an extremely well-played tiebreak. I think it was the first tiebreak that Magnus had lost in 10 years. Dingler won, and we thought, whoa, and that was already a few years ago. We thought, wow, Dingler is going to become a great competitor. Then he kind of faded. The last candidates was not his best. So yes, coming into this event, I thought, like yourself, that Dingler would make a great. But I thought Fabi would also be a great matchup.
I mean, I'd love to see
more
the rematch.
experience. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's going to come in with. He's a much better burst player, a much better rapid player. Everything about Fabi's game, in my opinion, he's improved since 2018, except his rating. And what about you, Cristian? His rating hasn't been there, but his play has been excellent.
Great, good for him.
I hear you guys. I hear Fabi, I hear Ding. I myself want to see a rematch between Fabiano and Magnus. I feel like we've been robbed a little bit with the rabbit situation. It finished so fast. I was in London, and it finished just boom, 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 3-0, let's go home. I want to feel that again. I want to feel that match again and see what's going to happen a few years later. But one matchup that I think will ruffle the most feathers around the chess world is the one between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
Ooh.
That would be an interesting one. Look, in a match situation, I know Hikaru has a pretty bad score against Magnus Carlsen right now. I think it's like 12-2 or maybe 12-1, something like that.
13-1.
It's pretty bad. But at the same time, you know you're going to have a lot of eyes tuning in into that matchup. Hikaru is probably going to be able to build a pretty serious team going into that one. He's going to have a lot of time to prepare. And we haven't seen these 2 players face each other in a match situation. I think that would be quite an interesting.
The only thing I would be worried about Hikaru winning the candidates is that we're going to see the match between Hikaru and whoever finishes second.
No way.
Magnus
no way.
would just say, I'll
No
skip.
way. No chance. If Hikaru wins, Magnus plays for sure. Can you imagine the buzz around that match? I mean, it would be just insane. You would get 100,000 viewers every single day.
I just don't know if
easily.
I mean, it is a 13 or 14-1 score. I mean,
that is pretty lopsided, right?
If Magnus says I don't want to play you, I don't think the chess world would be like, oh, he's scared.
You don't know Hikaru fans. Come on.
Right.
They would definitely be like, Magnus, you're scared.
And also, then, having put that out there, I have to put the other side out there, too. After the second half performance in Dubai, a lot of chess fans are not looking necessarily forward to a rematch between Magnus and Nepo. And Nepo is sitting there saying, hey, wait a minute, like, guys, I mean, include me in the conversation.
Yeah, and I think that, again, it comes down to experience, right? I think Nepo's prep, it was there, but it didn't suit him. And I think that Team Nepo will take so many lessons of what went wrong in Dubai, mentally, physically, I mean, spiritually to a certain level, preparation-wise, and they'll really give Magnus a run for his money. But again, like the other players, it was such a convincing crush.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? It was his first time under the anvil. That is to say, Nepo had never played in a World Championship match before. He didn't have that World Championship match experience, and he lost an exhausting marathon game. Let's just take a look at the lifetime matchup between Magnus and Ani.
And we've been told that it's a 14-1 with 26 draws. 14-1 is one of those.
That's pretty serious.
Pretty serious, yeah.
We've always congratulated Magnus by keeping something close to a 40 or 50 rating point gap between him and his number 2 rival. Maybe at his peak, Fabi narrowed that gap to maybe 20 points or something.
Actually, when they played the World Championship match, they were 2 points away.
2 points away, even better. But Hikaru has contributed 70 rating points to Magnus's favor. Here, let me give you 5 more. Okay, well, thank you very much. I mean, truly, right? I mean, 14 to 1.
Main donation?
I mean, did he skip a donation somewhere? I mean, that was but we're going to keep a very careful eye on what we think is going to be a draw in our final game. We'll take a break and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the fourth round of the 2022 candidates, and we already have 3 results on our boards. And look at that. Nepomniachtchi is separating himself from the pack. He's the only one on 3 points. A beautiful +2 for him. Pomero Caruana has a chance to catch him against Ding Liren, but scratch that. 0 chance there, because Ding Liren is certainly not losing today's game. He might win, but that also seems unlikely. We currently have a 4 versus 3 endgame in which a draw is, I would say, 98% favorite.
In which case, Bobby would be trailing our new sole leader by half a point.
That would be it, and Ding Liren would join Alireza, Firouzja, and Timur Radjabov there with a -1 at the bottom with a -1 score. So that's where we stand in the event. Let's take a look at where we stand in the current position, as we do have a few moves, but the essence of the position hasn't really changed.
So at the highest levels, 4 versus 3. 95% drawn, 3 versus 2 even higher, 2 versus 1, and then finally 1 versus none, highest of all. The last move, Rook D7, does present Bobby with a very nice opportunity, in my view, of playing the move G6, G5.
He's taking it.
Because you want to just reduce these pawns off the board. And any pawn trade is actually in the favor of the defender, and he's playing G5.
What's easier than a 4 versus 3?
3 versus 2.
Yes, and so we simplify 2 versus 1, and so 1 is very easy.
Yeah, keep simplifying the pawns, trade the pawns, don't trade the rooks.
Definitely don't trade the rooks. So the move G5 actually was played in the game.
Yep.
It makes tactical sense at the moment, because if you would like to keep the H pawn alive, but unfortunately the move H5 simply separates the pawn from the rest of the field. And after the move G4, you will eventually pick up H5.
Yes, it's a way of self-isolation.
Yeah.
While we were just on our lunch break and we were discussing the position, we weren't discussing this particular 4 versus 3. The question that we might have asked ourselves, and we didn't really answer it, is have we seen in the candidates a player lose? In the candidates, obviously, we've seen players lose 4 versus 3 in other events, whether it be the Olympiad or interzonals or continentals or whatever. I just couldn't recall a case, but help me out.
In the candidates tournament,
one
side wins a 4 versus 3.
Correct.
Yes.
You did?
Yes. Levon Aronian beats Hikaru Nakamura in the candidates of 2016 when Hikaru reaches for his king and touches the king.
Was that the candidates or the World Cup?
No, that was the candidates.
That was the candidates.
That was the candidates.
Oh.
Yeah. Hikaru reaches for his king, touches the king, realizes that it loses.
That's the one that loses.
But and Levon immediately reminds him.
Touch move,
right?
Right.
And Hikaru thinks forever and realizes he's lost, makes some moves and loses. He would have drawn the game if no touch move. He actually realized that the move was losing.
Right.
But it does exist. And
okay, so that's the case. It
yeah,
actually has occurred. It's such a rarity that I didn't even somehow I connected that particular game with the World Cup, not with the candidates.
Yeah, that was definitely the candidates. I just pulled it up.
By the way, we have some more moves.
It was a 3 versus 2. It wasn't a 4 versus 3, but
right now it's 3 versus 2.
Yeah, well, right now it's 3 versus 2. That's right.
And now it's 2 versus 1.
Now it's 2 versus 1, and now it's pretty easy.
H takes, king takes, rook d4 with the moves that were played.
Yeah.
So again, trade pawns, not rooks, for the defender. In this case, the move rook a3 is a nice move. Looks very good to establish our pawn on e4 check, especially when white cannot move his e-pawn. So Dinglerin tried g4, and there we go.
Oh, we're even in table
2 versus 1 now, and zeros everywhere.
I mean, this is the easiest version for black at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
There's no actual plan. I think that we saw this endgame, but slightly worse, right? If you put the pawn on e3 to g3,
yes,
it's still technically a draw. We saw that game, Firouzja with the black pieces defended against
Radjabov.
Against Radjabov in the first round.
Right.
But with the pawn on e3, it is a lot easier.
Right.
Because there is no passed pawn to worry about. So the only way that white can make progress is to create a passed pawn by trading pawns.
Right. He has to go rook over e4, f4, and then at some moment he plays for the f5, and that's the trade that's the final trade that you want. I think there's only one risk. You want to make sure that somehow you never get a situation where your pawn is on e5 and the king is cut off from the 6th rank. The king is cut off, so you don't get to defend the pawn with the king.
Yeah, just keep your pawn on e6. I think it's proper technique. Even if the computer says e5 is just as good as anything else, I just keep the pawn on e6. It's much easier on your own life.
Exactly. So once again, the sequence of moves that I would like to avoid as black, even though the computer says, "Oh, it's perfectly all right." This is a step towards
not being perfectly all right.
No, exactly.
So we do have the move e5 and then king f6, and at this point, after the move f4, at some point you do start wondering, when do you preserve energy, right? Because I mean, torturing Fabi for 2 hours here, it's not going to really lead anywhere. And 2 hours that you spend over the board on a tournament that's 14 rounds long.
Yeah. I mean, you got to pace yourself too, and keep in mind, like sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say a good game. Christian, jump right in, and your thoughts about this ending.
Well, this endgame is going to be a draw in a matter of minutes. But I was actually looking through some games of Ding. I remember this game against Onishchuk from the 2012 Olympiad. And he actually won 3 versus 2 in this one, in a very, very important clash. I think this gave the Chinese team the victory in that particular match against the United States. Rook to a4, and Ding is with the white pieces. It's a bit more of a difficult position. The pawns are not connected to each other. We have f and h. Nevertheless, it's still a very easy technical draw. At least it's supposed to be. Rook to d3, rook to a4, rook to d4, and I think this is where he made his mistake. Rook to d6, rook takes h4, and now perhaps he forgot about this move f4.
Yeah.
Because, of course, if you take with the g pawn, then rook to, well, actually you don't have rook to f4, but rook to a4, and this pawn is not going anywhere. If you take with the rook, then I take on g5. He perhaps forgot about this move f4. Rook takes f6 is going to come. I'm going to have to connect passer, and that's just going to be winning for white. So accidents happen, guys. Accidents happen, but not in this one. This one is definitely going towards a draw. I would assume Ding is just going to have to deal with the checks right now. Rook g1, rook f1. You're going to put the king on the 2nd rank, and at some point you're going to have to go f5. This is it. All she wrote. Whenever you go rook to b6, I can always just go to the 7th rank, not allow any sort of f5 pins on the 6th rank, none of that. This is an easy draw.
Very nice. And let's just take a look at what is coming up tomorrow. Alejandro, do the honors.
Another huge round. We have Caruana with the white pieces against Richard Rapport. And again, if you try to see where are you going to get your chances, Richard has been seen a little iffy on openings.
Shaky at times.
Yes, and Fabi, you know that he's an expert. Meanwhile, Radjabov will playing with the white pieces against Dingley Ren. Win by either one of these players catapults him to 50% and back into the tournament.
A wounded Firouzja.
And a wounded Firouzja will be playing with white, hungry against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And meanwhile, a huge matchup for sure. Hikaru Nakamura on 50% will be playing against Nepomniachtchi on +2.
With the white pieces,
Yes.
and Hikaru got once with the white pieces out of 4 games, and he won it.
And he won it, so it's a big one. Hikaru with the second white of the tournament despite being round 5. And you know that he's hungry, and he has a great chance. He wins, he ties with first place.
Drags him right back, reels him right back off that perch.
And he goes right into where he wants to be, a tie for first, right?
Exactly.
That would guarantee him at least a tie for first.
So here's our current standings with the 1 game remaining. Again, we are expecting a draw. Fabi will go into the go into tomorrow trailing by a half a point.
Yes.
But that matchup between Hikaru at 2 and Nepo at 3 for tomorrow, that will be a barn burner. I wonder how these two match up, actually, in their individual results scores, head to head. Because I think, and Hikaru and Nepo.
I'll look it up.
Because I have a feeling that those guys have as many decisive games as drawn games. I think they both swing for the fences.
I'll just look up that statistic for you.
And
Well, give me a second.
One of the things that I'm really impressed, for those of you who don't know, I mean, Alejandro has some really, really remarkable computer skills. And so when he says he's going to look ooh, here it comes. Look at this. Cupcakes. I've been waiting. Wow. What do we, go ahead. Tell us what we got here. What we got?
Cupcakes from the club.
I got that part. Tyler with the info, the insight. Yes, of course. Go ahead. Just a second. I mean, no.
Go ahead, yeah. I'll take the red one.
I'll take one of each.
I assume it's
What is that? What is it?
Red velvet. Looks like red velvet.
Okay. Anything chocolate is good. Chocolates are very good. To your good health and success, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Happy birthday to Alejandro, everyone.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do I get one or
No.
All right, I'm getting one as well. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate it. Let's pick this one.
Oh, pretty good.
Red
These are
velvet,
from
baby.
the local shop down.
I think they're from the cupcakery.
Oh, this is getting
Okay,
messy.
we
My
are
goodness.
getting
very
Take the
messy.
camera off.
that Hikaru has defeated Nepo 3 times.
Yeah, it's 3-2 with 5 draws.
Oh, it's exactly what I thought. No, I thought that they'd have more decisive games than draw, but it's actually 5-5.
5-5, right. The games are from quite some time ago. They haven't played in literally years. The last time they played against each other in classical chess was all the way back in 2017.
No. 5 years ago, really?
It seems like a little strange, no?
That's crazy, man.
Let me see if I got that right. That cannot be possibly correct, right?
5 years ago.
No, I apologize. They've played since. I don't know why I said that.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I see that they played a decisive game in a classical match, the Skilling Open is an online event, right? That was a rapid event. 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 My God, it's all the way down to 2019 Singfield Cup, really? Was that the last time they played classical chess?
Well, then you had the pandemic, of course.
I guess that makes sense, right?
It gave us this massive interruption of over-the-board play. Everything went online. And, the bishop ending. That's beginning to feel
I remember
familiar.
this bishop endgame. Yeah. Nepo won the last time that they played. I remember this game, actually.
Quite the game as well. In any case, tomorrow's matchup is just huge.
It's huge.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. And we'll definitely be here to call all the action on that one as the excitement will only get more. And once again, could I see that pairing? I got it in front of me, but I just want to share it with everybody that Bobby, should he draw this game, will have the white pieces against Richard Rapport in a game where Fabi will be saying, look, I need to catch up with Nepo. So he'll certainly come with guns blazing. And for Firouzja Duda, that's going to be maybe I'm being purpley, but that's a kind of a make or break game for both of those players. They need a win.
I do like our pairings they've already assumed that Favi and Ding. They gave it.
Tom has to make these executive calls, and he doesn't want to rely upon his, no talent, just grandmaster staff.
Well said.
That's how we. That's how we roll. That's very nice. But by the way, again, these games today, I think for myself, the 3 games that were just so huge, and that Jan victory doubles his chances, literally, of winning the event.
It's just a huge victory against such a competitor.
Oh,
one of the
number
people
2,
that you think,
see.
the number 2.
Nothing more to say.
And the way that he did it is a confidence boost, right? We know that Nepo specifically is a very streaky player. He loves taking charge, being able to play well and win his games. And when he loses, he just goes way out.
Yeah, there's almost a kind of a tilt.
Yeah, and now Nepo is back to number 5 in the world with this victory, something that he lost through the match.
Yes.
And he seems to be surging. I mean, you can't ever count Nepo out. A lot of people had talked about pre-tournament odds and favorites, and everybody says, look, there's favorites, but you can't count Nepo out in any of these tournaments, and he's proving why.
Yeah, well, I remember speaking with Peter Svidler here in St. Louis, and Peter saying that he's such a streaky player. You know, you just don't know what you're going to get. If he wins the tournament with a nice score, that can happen, and he can equally have as many decisive games, meaning wins and losses, as draws. He's that streaky player. But when he's on a roll, like you saw today, you saw Nepo at his very best. And it's pretty dark.
It's pretty scary. It's pretty scary. When Nepo plays well, he really plays well. The issue is when he plays badly.
Right.
But if he can get his psyche in the tournament and really focus on playing the best that he can every game, right? Giving everything that he can every game. And that's the difficulty of the tournament, that you don't slip.
And that was a big point of contention in the 2020 candidates, because we cut it off in the middle just after he lost a game against MVO and allowed him to catch him up in the first place. So a lot of people were saying like, oh, he got a break because he was going down, swinging in the second half of the candidates if the tournament would have continued. It didn't. He was able to recover after that loss. He was able to basically start another tournament. And this is exactly what we're seeing from Nepo. At the beginning of the tournament, especially when he's in shape, he's a very dangerous player.
Yeah. One of the things that really stood out in the whole Kasparov-Karpov rivalry that spans so many years is when Karpov was world champion from, let's say, the 75 to 85 period, when he had a bad result, he was 3rd or 2nd. That was a bad result. I mean, he was so oftentimes 1st in his career. Garry Kasparov, when he played like Garry Kasparov, he's plus, 5, 6, 7, and he would win the tournament walking away. When Garry had a bad result, he was 2nd or 3rd. Nepo, he has a bad result. He could be in the second half of the field, if you follow what I'm saying.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
Magnus has a bad result.
He's second. And
he's second or
third. Furious. Yeah, you can hear screams from the other side of the world. Yeah.
And then you don't want to play in the next tournament with him because he's going to take it out on you.
Yeah.
So there's something about these world champions where a bad result really is like, by everybody else would be a great result. Yeah.
And to a certain degree, that's also true for Favi, where if he has a bad tournament, he finishes on -1, and he maybe is in the lower half of the tournament, but not that bad.
Right.
And most of the tournaments, he is finishing 2nd or 3rd in his participations. We have a few couple moves.
Please, and that was the whole point. The E6 pawn is so good.
Yeah.
Black is just basically waiting for this pawn to make its way to the F5 square. Thank you very much. That helps us. Now, the only question is, do you want to be, tricky or more precise by giving a rook check, or do you find it necessary? I personally don't think it's even necessary.
I think rook g1 is just a lot easier.
Just the easier.
That's the easiest.
Yeah, because if you take on f5, you take with the king, then I have to worry about rook e7. And I guess it's still kind of an easy draw, but I don't see an easy way into a Philidor.
Yeah.
Which is what I would do. Whereas rook g1, I force you to take with the pawn on
f5.
On f5, or to misplace your rook.
Well, you don't misplace the rook. Actually.
Yeah, rook f1, king e5, e takes f5. And either you take with the pawn, which allows me to give me checks, or you play rook f6 and misplace your rook, because I go king e7, rook takes f5, and this one is much, much, much easier, right?
Here, can you trade? No.
Can I trade? I can trade.
You can trade.
You can trade.
Yes.
Yeah, you can trade. Take on king f7 is a
yes.
So that's even easier, right?
So he has played, I agree. Yeah. Rook g1 is the easiest in that case.
And we're going right into the other variation. Rook f1 played, king e5 played. There's only one possible move anybody thinks of here.
Yeah. It would show a discernible lack of talent to allow rook takes e6. What gave it away, coach?
It's time for tennis.
Yeah. I'm told checkers is still a challenging game. Nice. Okay, we get feeling a little loopy here as we rounding down the play in round 4.
Rook 7 played.
If this game does end in a draw, as we expect, Ding Liren's chances keep slipping and slipping away. This is his third white.
It's third white out of 4 games, which is the main thing, right?
For which he has gone -1.
For which he is a -1 performance to show of it is exactly what you don't want to see.
With white,
white, they went straight into the repetition. They're going rook g7, rook g6, rook b7, rook b6. So we can call this a draw. I believe it's a draw officially.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a great result for the Chinese players. Still plenty of chess to be played, and we have seen players win with black in this tournament before. It's not like it doesn't happen. But a bit of a nightmare start there for Ding Liren.
I would think a terrible, terrible start. Maybe not as bad as his previous candidate start, which, as we know, he started with a -2.
But -2, but he recovered with a victory against Fabi, so he was actually only a -1 at this point of the tournament.
Okay, so it's kind of worked the same. And with this game, this draw in the record books,
we have 3 draws today and 1 victory. Of course, a huge victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi as he defeats Alireza Firouzja and is now sitting pretty. 3 points out of 4 and a +2 score on only 4 games. 2 with white and 2 with black. He is sitting very, very happily there at the top of the leaderboard. He is being chased by Fabiano Caruana, who is only half a point behind, and that pack that must be hungry, which sets it up for a great matchup tomorrow between that man, Hikaru Nakamura, on 2 points. He's won a game, lost a game, he's on 50%, and he will be playing Nepo tomorrow for the tournament lead.
Wow. Great stuff. And our congratulations to Nepo. It's early days, but that might well be the game of the tournament, at least so far. I mean, it was so impressive to my eyes.
And it certainly adds pressure to his opponents. A lot of people say, well, I mean, I'm not going to do that to Alireza necessarily, right?
Right.
Where am I going to get my points? And Nepo's already played some of the top competitors. He already played Fabi, he already played Alireza.
Exactly.
So let's see what happens in the next few rounds.
Exactly.
Christian, so final thoughts about today's round?
I have to say I'm just mightily impressed with the way Nepo carries himself. Not only the quality of the game, but the way he carried himself. He just blitzed out the sequence of the move that just put Alireza away. So I'm definitely sensing a boost in his confidence after November, after losing in that match against Magnus Carlsen. He wants to get back in that seat. He wants to challenge Magnus Carlsen once again, and he's off to a great start. And of course, Fabiano Caruana patiently defending. I really liked what I'm seeing from Fabi. Fresh opening preparation, that knight to a5, and after that, after falling into, let's say, more of a difficult situation, he patiently defended, found that important, very precise move, rook to a8, and managed to make a draw. These 2 contenders are definitely head-to-head, and they're in great shape. But tomorrow, we're going to have some amazing matchups, and we'll be here to call all the action.
Thank you, Christian. I just want to say, forget about these candidates. It's all about the birthday boy. Congratulations once again, Alejandro. That was really, really nice. Come on, Hikaru. You can do it.
And my prediction's not looking good. But thank you, everybody. And thank you for joining, me on my birthday and the candidates in their tournament. It's been a fun event so far. Really not a disappointing candidates whatsoever. It's been a lot of fun to call it. We'll be back tomorrow with round 5 from Madrid. We'll be here in the studio in St. Louis. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.